economic acceleration, inclusive and sustainable growth, and a vision for developed Odisha. That is the whole objective. As already mentioned,
it's always been very refreshing attending a Chamber of Commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several.
I'm sure the Chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government.
And I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its...
While the business environment keeps evolving, we must mention that what remains constant is our core values. Our founders distinguished the past. Presidents are still in reading the core value of service, of integrity, enterprise, inclusivity, courage, ability to look ahead.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce completes its 100th year. Probably the first Chamber of Commerce in the country to do so.
Looking forward to another century of service to nation and industry. Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G.D. Birla, a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi Ji to culminate the...
Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Bhartrihari Mahtab Ji has already joined us. A very, very warm welcome to him on behalf of the ICC Odisha State Council. Apanko bahut bahut swagat ho abhinandana. We would once again like to take this opportunity to thank our partners and sponsors, without whose support this event would not have been such a grand success. Event partners, I Serve You, Gitarani Mohanty Raikela Mines. Platinum sponsors, S&M Group, SOA Group. Gold sponsors, MGM Group's Can Steels Limited. Silver sponsor, Urban Group, Ace Commercial Private Limited. Shakti Vyapar Private Limited, Chandi Bhandar. Associate sponsor, Kalinga Hospital Limited. Corporate contributor, SJ Developers. So very big thank you to all our industry sponsors. We would also like to thank our banking partners and sponsors, LIC India, Punjab National Bank, Small Industries Development Bank of India, UCO Bank, Indian Bank, SBI, Bank of Baroda, Canara Bank, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, and Union Bank. So as we were mentioning that ICC celebrates its 100th year, the oldest chamber of the country, and the Odisha State Council has taken this initiative to organize the first event here in Odisha, Envisioning Viksit Odisha 2036 in collaboration with the state government. So it's a double bonanza. We are awaiting for 2036 when the state celebrates 100 years, and today we are also celebrating 100 years of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. While this could be the first event for the 100 centenary celebrations of ICC being organized by the State Council, we would once again like to reiterate that the ICC Odisha State Office has been working proactively towards creating a conducive and sustainable environment to enable social, industrial, and economic growth of the state in collaboration with the state government for a long, long time now. And that is the reason we have support from the state government for this wonderful event today. Once again, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all the key decision makers from the banking sector from across the country who have joined for this event. It means a lot to the ICC Odisha State Council to have all your presence. Banks continue to be the major source of funding for the country's economy and also play a pivotal role in promoting inclusive growth by reaching out to the undeserved, empowering MSMEs, and also facilitating initiatives in certain key areas. So the banking sector definitely has a key role to play in achieving the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047 and Viksit Odisha by 2036. So your presence is very, very significant to this national summit today. We also see Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and MSE Government of Odisha, Shri Hemant Sharma joining in. So very warm welcome to him as well. So we are just awaiting the presence of Honorable Minister, Department of Law, Works and Excise, Government of Odisha, Shri Prithviraj Harichandan. And we'll be starting with the inaugural session in a very short while from now. We are also very privileged that the Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Shri Nagaraju Madirala ji has joined us for this summit today.
Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G.D. Birla, a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi ji to culminate the business interest and aspirations for India's freedom. ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and near-zone offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. ICC had the honor of hosting eminent personality like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders. ICC has undertaken numerous initiatives in sync with the aspirations of their stakeholders of the Indian economy. The ICC actively promotes sustainable and inclusive development among business fraternity, training, skilling entrepreneurship, alongside with very strong focus on policy advocacy.
आईसीसी के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
It's always been very refreshing attending a chamber of commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government.
And I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its...
By the business environment keeps evolving, we must mention that what remains constant is our core values. Our founders distinguished the past. Presidents are still in reading the core value of service, of integrity, enterprise, inclusivity, courage, ability to look ahead.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce completes its 100th year. Probably the first Chamber of Commerce in the country to do so.
Looking forward to another century of service to nation and industry. Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G.D. Birla, a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi Ji to culminate the business interest and aspirations for India's freedom. ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and near-zone offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. ICC had the honor of hosting eminent personality like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders. ICC has undertaken numerous initiatives in sync with the aspirations of their stakeholders of the Indian economy. The ICC actively promotes sustainable and inclusive development among business fraternity, training, skilling entrepreneurship, alongside with very strong focus on policy advocacy.
ICC के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
It's always been very refreshing attending a chamber of commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government.
And I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its...
By the business environment keeps evolving, we must mention that what remains constant is our core values. Our founders distinguished the past. Presidents are still in reading the core value of service, of integrity, enterprise, inclusivity, courage, ability to look ahead.
The Indian Chamber of Commerce completes its 100th year. Probably the first Chamber of Commerce in the country to do so.
Looking forward to another century of service to nation and industry. Welcome to the centenary celebrations of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. It was founded in December 1925 under the leadership of Shri G.D. Birla, a close guidance from Father of the Nation Mahatma Gandhi Ji to culminate the business interest and aspirations for India's freedom. ICC now has a pan-India presence with 15 regional and near-zone offices spread across India and representative offices in 25 countries and expanding. ICC had the honor of hosting eminent personality like Indian presidents, prime ministers, and international leaders. ICC has undertaken numerous initiatives in sync with the aspirations of their stakeholders of the Indian economy. The ICC actively promotes sustainable and inclusive development among business fraternity, training, skilling entrepreneurship, alongside with very strong focus on policy advocacy.
ICC के लिए अपना योगदान देने वाले आप सभी को उस प्रत्येक महानुभाव का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं।
It's always been very refreshing attending a chamber of commerce which is outside of Delhi, if I can use that word. Of course, there are several.
I'm sure the chamber will continue to engage with government, will continue to engage with different arms of the government.
And I wish you even greater success in the years to come. As perhaps all of you know, my family's association with the ICC harks back to its...
By the business environment keeps evolving, we must mention that what remains constant is our core values. Our founders distinguished the past. Presidents are still in...
So we've just got the information that the Honorable Minister is just on his way and should be here any moment. And we'll be ready to start with the inaugural session. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware that ICC has already celebrated 100 years of its existence this year, but that just goes to show their commitment towards the kind of events they've been doing, the kind of work they have been doing, goes to show their commitment towards the Viksit Bharat goal and also the Viksit Odisha mission by 2036, Viksit Bharat by 2047 and Viksit Odisha by 2036. And like I had mentioned before as well, this is the first event as part of the centenary celebration being organized by the ICC Odisha State Council. But we can assure you that this isn't the last. There'll be many more to follow as well. So, while we are waiting for our Honorable Minister to join, as you all know, January 2025, we successfully organized the Utkarsh Odisha, Make in Odisha conclave, and we have a video for you, which we would want all of you to take a look at. He's already here, sir, as you said. So, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, Department of Law, Works and Excise, Government of Odisha, Shri Prithviraj Harichandan ji is already here with us. We extend a very, very warm welcome to him on behalf of ICC Odisha State Council. And without any further delay, parampara anusar mama sabu bisishta atithi brindon ko anurod karibi pradipa prajwalana kari କାର୍ଯ୍ୟକ୍ରମର ଶୁଭ ଆରମ୍ଭ କରିବେ. So we request them to light this ceremonial lamp for an auspicious beginning to this event. So please welcome Honorable Minister, Department of Law, Works and Excise, Government of Odisha, Shri Prithviraj Harichandan, Honorable MP, Shri Bhartrihari Mahtab, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Shri Nagaraju Madirala, Development Commissioner, ACS, Planning and Convergence Department, Water Resources Department, Government of Odisha, Srimati Annu Garg, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and MSME, Government of Odisha, Shri Hemant Sharma, Principal Secretary, Energy and Electronics and IT, Government of Odisha, Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Shri Rajiv Sahu, Senior Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Shri Dharmaditya Patnaik, Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Srimati Nilanjana Mukherjee, and also Deputy Director and Regional Head, ICC Odisha State Council, Shri Jyoti Prakash Pal. So they are all here for the auspicious beginning. I request all our esteemed dignitaries to also join us on dais now. Amidst a huge round of applause from all of you. जोरदार करताली सह आमर सबु विशिष्ट अतिथिवृंद को पुणी थरे स्वागत करिबा. Honorable Minister, Department of Law, Works and Excise, Government of Odisha, Shri Prithviraj Harichandan. Honorable MP, Shri Bhatrahari Mahatab, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Shri Nagaraju Madirala. Development Commissioner, ACS, Government of Odisha, Srimati Annu Garg. Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and MSME, Government of Odisha, Shri Hemant Sharma. Principal Secretary, Energy and Electronics and IT, Government of Odisha, Shri Vishal Kumar Dev. A very, very warm welcome to all our guests. And as is the traditional practice, we would like to welcome all our esteemed guests on dais with a bouquet, memento and an uttariya. So I'll prathame anurudh karibi ICC Odisha State Council Chairman, Shri Rajiv Sahu ko Manyavara Mantri, Ain Putto Abakari Vibhaga, Shri Jukta Prithviraj Harichandan karo swagata karibe. Jodhar karo sari he jao tanko pai. Felicitating with an uttariya is a traditional practice we follow in Odisha and a small token of appreciation. अनुरोध करिबी श्रीयुक्त राजीव साहू को वर्तमान मान्यवर सांसद श्रीयुक्त भर्तृहरि महताब को स्वागत करिबे. May I now request Shri Sahu to welcome Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, Shri Nagaraju Madirala, who's here with us as well. May I now request Senior Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Shri Dharmaditya Patnaik, to welcome Development Commissioner, Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Convergence Department and Water Resources Department, Government of Odisha, Srimati Annu Garg. May I now request Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Srimati Nilanjana Mukherjee, to welcome Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and MSME, Government of Odisha, Shri Hemant Sharma. May I also request Srimati Mukherjee to welcome Principal Secretary, Energy and Electronics and IT Department, Government of Odisha, Shri Vishal Kumar Dev. Thank you so much. Well, before we begin, we were just talking about the industry video, and we want you all to take a look at it. Sound.
महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी की कृपा से उड़ीसा देश की विकास यात्रा के ग्रोथ इंजन में की एक होगा.
Welcome to bountiful nature, vibrant culture, and deep-rooted history.
Sri Mohan Charan Majhi.
Welcome to the land where burgeoning growth meets unfathomable potential, leading to boundless opportunities. Welcome to Odisha.
Really, there is no deficit. It has a business orientation.
This state is progressing leaps and bounds to come and invest in Odisha.
We welcome you to invest in Odisha, where endless opportunities are poised to meet a radiant future. Come and explore new opportunities.
Well, looking at this video, I'm sure you all can understand why Viksit Odisha isn't just a goal, it will be a reality by 2036, and which is precisely why the Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, has called Odisha as the growth engine that will accelerate the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. On that note, ମୁଁ अनुरोध करिबी ICC Odisha State Council Chairman Shri Rajiv Sahu को स्वागत भाषण रखिया पे. I'll request Shri Rajiv Sahu to present the welcome address.
Jai Jagannath. Good morning to all of you. It has been a golden letter day for ICC Bhubaneswar and for ICC to have all of you here in this morning, and 19th April will be a golden letter day. Honorable Chief Guest, the most dynamic political personality in the state, the person who mentored this idea to have the Viksit Odisha 2036, and he continuously supported. And the man who is tirelessly working for development, especially in the infrastructure sector, and you'll be happy to know that more than 3 lakhs crore of infrastructure projects are in pipeline under his leadership. Thank you, sir, for your support as always. The most towering personality in the parliament, 7-time parliamentarian and 4-time award-winning MP from Cuttack and chairman Finance Committee, Government of India, Shri Bhurtahari has always been a person for development and is a continuous support for the development of Odisha. One of the biggest attraction of today is to have the DFS Secretary, Government of India, Sri Nagaraju Madiyala, who is amongst us, and it is for him that today we are finding a electrifying atmosphere in this hall. I am eternally thankful to you for your great gesture and kind support. We have the very dynamic Development Commissioner of Odisha, Madam Anu Garg. Of course, the smile is always a bonus. She works tirelessly for the state and has a all-round vision for the state of Odisha, and truly she is the anchor for development for the state of Odisha. The man who needs no introduction is Sri Hemant Sharma. He is the man of the match for every Utkarsh Odisha, every industrial forum, every activity, and has been able to mobilize intent for more than 16 lakhs crore in this Utkarsh Odisha. And it is not just intent, many of them have already started landing for the benefit of all of us. We should not be miser in clapping. We have Sri Vishal Dev, again a very dynamic bureaucrat who has shown Bhubaneswar how World Cup can be hosted in Bhubaneswar and how we all can see World Cup at our doorstep. My colleagues on the desk, I will fail in my duty to not to mention all the national leaders in the banking industry. To start with, we have MD State Bank of India, MD Punjab National Bank, Sri Ashok Chandra, the SLBC leader, Sri Ashwini Kumar, our very dear Sri Binod Kumar, Mr. Venkatesh, DMD National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, Madam from MD and CEO Union Bank, Mr. Mittal, CMD SIDBI. I am not going in the sequence because if I do so, I'll be making a blunder. The LIC chairman, the richest organization in the country, is right in front of you, Sri Siddharth Manti. Incidentally, he is Krishna and I am a poor Sudama in his class. We have representative from all other banks. my former bank, Shri Chand, MD CEO of Bank of Baroda, NABARD, and all other banks present here, industry associations from all parts of the state, from all sphere of associations, my dear colleagues in the council, it gives me immense pleasure to stand before you to give the introduction for the Viksit Odisha 2036. As you all know, Odisha was the first state to be formed on linguistic basis in the year 1936. In fact, one of the pioneer and the mover for the state of Odisha is none other than the father of our guest, Sri Bhurtari Mahatab, who made it possible to have the integrated Odisha, and we are going to celebrate 100 years in the year 2036. And as you know, in short, I'm just telling that Odisha is one of the fastest growing economy in the state and has been performing more than the national average for last more than 10 years. And the salient feature is the financial prudence, where Mr. Vishal Dev was part of it for a long time. The score by Odisha in the financial prudence has been 67 against the nearest state of 55, which was Chhattisgarh. I think deserves a bit round of applause. One of the salient feature is Odisha as a state has the lowest borrowing, that is around 12%, when other states are struggling at 30 to 34%. And Odisha has a huge cushion. Odisha industrialization, the symbol is before you. Odisha's development, the minister, the development commissioner, the secretary, all are there. And to propel, to grow at 10 to 12% in the next few years, to reach the $0.5 trillion economy, we are going to have the support of all of you. With your active participation, we will reach the target of 0.5 trillion by 2036 and 1.5 trillion in 2047, when India reaches 30 trillion economy and will be possibly the second largest economy by that time, because India is growing while other economies are shrinking. I am not going to take much time to stand before you and the audience, but I have two requests. And when Secretary DFS is here, I will fail in standing here on behalf of all of you if I don't make two small demands. I am not telling बाएं हाथ का खेल है, but दाएं हाथ में जरूर हो सकता है. एक है, we request, and of course LIC chairman is also here. You know what I am asking for. We want the zonal office of LIC to be in Bhubaneswar. And my second request, if the GM's office of Bank of Baroda can be in Bhubaneswar, these are the two requests I am making, because all other banks have almost had their GM's office in Bhubaneswar. Let me tell you, Bhubaneswar is the best capital. If you have not seen, I am ready to take you around Bhubaneswar and show you how beautiful city is, what potential it has got. And Bhubaneswar deserves these two things. I, of course, leave it to Honorable Secretary. And to support my views, maybe I'll request Honorable Minister and Chairman Finance Committee to support me. This day, following day also are going to be very eventful. We'll have, after the inaugural session, the session where all the bankers will give their viewpoints for the state and how they are going to visualize state for the development of the state and for the development of their banks. And we are going to have following that Honorable Minister has invited all the bankers to join for a high tea at 5 o'clock. So I'll request all the bankers to please join. And tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, Honorable Minister has made arrangement to have darshan of Lord Jagannath. I think you will agree with me, no one comes to Bhubaneswar and Odisha without visiting Lord Jagannath. So with these few words, I now thank once again all of you for this eventful session, for the eventful day for the development of Odisha. And let me tell you, this is a cotton raiser program. We, with the support of Government of Odisha and our Shri Hemant Sharma ji, to have a 2-day workshop covering each and every area to set milestone for every year and how to achieve the target in 2036, and to have the state of Odisha as one of the best state in the country. This is my prayer and request to all the august guests here to help ICC. ICC is committed to partner with Government of Odisha for Viksit Odisha and any other development that you want us to perform. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shri Sahu. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have Amit Sas, Development Commissioner, Additional Chief Secretary, Planning and Convergence Department and Water Resources Department, Government of Odisha, Srimati Annu Garg. As the Development Commissioner of the state, she has played a pivotal role in helping the government shape the Viksit Odisha 2036 mission and roll out key development initiatives aimed at accelerating the process. And it will be a privilege to now request her for her address.
I'm sorry, I'm jumping the queue. There's another meeting that I have to rush. So that's why I have taken the audacity of speaking first. Honorable Minister, Honorable MP, my colleague, Secretary DFS, my state colleagues, Hemant, Vishal, Chairman of this whole event, he's organizing this whole event, all the other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so happy that we are talking about this vision. For so many months now, this has been the only thing I have been thinking of. In fact, all of us in the state. And believe me, this is an exercise that we are doing in the state, and where partners like CYSD have also been contributing from the NGO side and others. And we had a portal where we asked for citizens' views as to how they envision Odisha at 2036. And we got more than 3 lakh responses, many from students and many from farmers, from workers, etc. So it's been and this, I think, is a culmination of such events where we are seeking inputs from everybody. And eventually we plan to take this to the Council of Ministers very shortly, where we will get it finally vetted, and then will be time to start working on it. Friends, the vision that has been conceptualized so far, of course, it is still in the making, but some of the building blocks, let me put it this way, are that we wanted to focus on 3 main pillars. And those pillars, of course, number 1 is prosperity. So we will certainly want the economy to grow, the infrastructure to grow, everything. But we are also having another pillar, which is wellness. And the third, which is equity, inclusiveness. So we would like that whatever happens in 2036 happens for everybody, and everybody has good health, etc., and everybody is able to enjoy whatever is created. In prosperity, what we mean is some of the targets that we are setting for ourselves, some of which have been alluded to by Mr. Rajiv Sahu, is that we are looking to increase our GDP at present at $108 billion to $500 billion by 2036. We are thinking of 2047 and seeing 2036 as a midpoint, and then 2047, where we hope to hit $1.5 trillion, as he also mentioned. We, at that time, at present, we are 2.89% of the overall GDP of the country. At that time, we are hoping to become 5% of the overall GDP, because that will also be growing since the 2047 vision for the country is also coming. We are hoping to increase employment generation for non-farm jobs, adding 1 crore jobs, which is 5 lakh jobs every year, where each one of us will have to contribute. We also hope to see urbanization as an engine of growth. At present, we are at 17%. We have very ambitiously pegged it at 60%, and we are hoping that this would help in furthering growth. In inclusiveness, what we are targeting at, I'm just giving some bullets, is that the multidimensional poverty, unlike what we used to say that poverty ratio, this now we are using this multidimensional poverty index, in which Odisha has done very well. In the last few years, we have brought it down by 66 lakh people have actually moved out of what is called the poverty line. And we hope to take it down further to less than 5%, which is going to be a very tall order, but that is the aspirational goal we have set for ourselves. We are hoping that 70% of the women force will join the workforce, and equitable regional development. So this is as part of the inclusiveness pillar. In wellness, we are hoping that the life expectancy will exceed 80 years, matching Germany's. We will be able to eradicate anemia, bring down malnutrition to near zero, and of course, ensure sustainability, environment sustainability, etc. To do that, we will have to grow at a much, much higher rate. As he mentioned, while the national growth has been 6.4, ours has been 7.2. Consistently, we have been bettering the national growth. However, we will have to grow at 9.5% if what we have set out to achieve is to be achieved. And we have to take our per capita. These are some of the targets which we have set. Per capita income, which is presently 1.8 lakh in Indian rupees, to 9.6 lakh in 2036 and 32 lakhs by 2047. Now, it's a very, very tall order, I know, very, very ambitious. Many times we have felt, are we overcommitting? But vision means you have to be aspirational and optimistic. To achieve this, there are some things that we have to do. One is an enabling ecosystem, which includes deregulation, law and order should be good, supportive policies. We have enough policies, but then we have to keep on working on them. And public-private investments, this has to go up hugely. Fast-tracking decision-making, execution support will be required. We have to build our own capacity to deliver, the bank's capacity to deliver. Every office will have to increase its capacity. And of course, technology. We really, really need to take technology. If we want to increase employment, as I mentioned, by 5 lakh every year, it's a very, very huge number. Then what do we have to do? So we are going to focus, we are already focusing on labor-intensive industries with the textiles, food processing, expanding tertiary sector, IT, ITES. So my colleague will be speaking to you in greater detail about that. Becoming a global hub for skilled talent and pushing infrastructure development so that we can get more and more jobs there as well. GSDP diversification towards higher value sectors. This is another thing we have to focus on. So within the primary sector, which is at present high, and we hope to bring it down to 18%, within that, we want that the animal husbandry and fisheries sector, which is at present 12% of the primary, should go up to 33%. So high value within the primary sector also, but largely we want to focus that the tertiary has to go up from 36 presently to 45 by boosting tourism, where we want to increase, and I think Mr. J.K. Mahanti is sitting here. So we hope to increase the hotel keys ninefold from 2,800 presently to 25,000 by 2047, develop education cities, insurance hub, which we have discussed with Chairman LIC. We are working on something on that. And IT, FinTech, we recently had a meeting on MRO. So these are all the things that are in the pipeline. So in this, there are some very, very major, how should I put it, major projects that I'm just picking up for you, since we can't talk about everything. So one of them is integrated logistics. So Honorable Minister will be referring to it in his speech. But even by 2029, we are promising 75,000 kilometers of world-class roads across PWD, across NH, across RD, water resources, Panchayati Raj, all roads, world-class roads, 75,000 kilometers of those. We are proposing tripling the number of airports to 15, doubling the railway network. So these are things which we have picked up. Urban clusters. So we hope to Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, Puri region, Sambalpur, Jharsuguda, Bargarh region. We are taking up such 5-6 clusters and hope to develop them into urban clusters, boosting real estate. And then port-led commerce. This is something which is another very major thing which is in our vision, including shipbuilding and repairing hub. Then petrochemical, we want to be a leader. Many more parks, solar powered consumption. In agriculture, till 2029, we want to increase the irrigation potential by another 15 lakh hectares, which is huge. What we have achieved so far is 50 lakh hectares. So almost 1/3 of that we want to achieve in the next 5 years only. So these are all tall orders, but by increasing our capacity and having the will, I think we can do that. Then likewise, how we can bring down malnourishment, how we can increase the labor force participation rate. In Odisha, it is already high. It's 49%. But it is in the lower income, more in the agriculture. So we want it to become higher income and around 70%, which will be like the national benchmark. And so these are some of the things I thought I'll just share some of these with you. A global medicity in Cuttack, Fit Odisha. We want to focus that while all this prosperity happens, it should not be that people are not fit enough to enjoy. So Fit Odisha, where sports is not just a means of getting medals, but is also a means of good health and enjoyment. Nipun Odisha, which is functional, literacy and numeracy skills. An education hub for the Eastern India. Expanding the Skilled in Odisha brand. So we no longer want only that we are skilling for Odisha or skilling. We want skilling in Odisha, but skilling for the world. We want our people to get jobs across countries. And across all these themes which I have been talking about, some of the basic underlying themes are going to be climate resilience, women-led development, good governance, IT initiatives. All those will be the underlying theme in across. Tourism, we have said that while we need to quadruple high-spending tourist footfalls to 30 lakh by 2036 and develop at least 10 big destinations, including Buddhist circuit. And likewise for Udiya, Asmita, etc., there are things. Insurance hub, a fintech city, global capability centers, startup hub. And I'm not going to talk so much about industry and IT and energy, because my colleagues are there and they would be speaking about that. But ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the things, and we don't want anyone to be left behind. So rural development, as I mentioned to you, inclusiveness is another very big pillar. So we are going to focus on saturation approach in our poorest of poor villages so that they are also getting the gains of this, including becoming the leading milk producer of the country, global leadership in shrimp exports. All these are some of the points that we have been thinking of. And with this, I seek views from each one of you. If there is anything you feel that is there in your vision of Odisha at 2036, please feel free to share with us so that we can actually put it in this document and it becomes like the Gita on which we can all work. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for wonderfully listing out all the key objectives that the state government has in mind while envisioning Viksit Odisha 2036. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us on stage today Shri Vishal Kumar Dev, Principal Secretary, Energy and Electronics and IT Department, Government of Odisha, who has been successfully executing the vision of Odisha government to transform Bhubaneswar into an IT and fintech hub while also building the new and renewable energy capacity of the state. As a former finance secretary, he was also instrumental in improving the banking network within the state. I'll now request him for his address.
Thank you, Diksha. Honorable Minister for Law, Excise and Works, Honorable MP, DC cum ACS ma'am, my colleague Hemant, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Government of India, colleague Shri Rajiv Sahu, colleagues from the Indian Chambers of Commerce, distinguished representatives from various banks and industry, a very good morning to you all and a very warm welcome to the beautiful city of Bhubaneswar. Happens to be the second planned city in the country after Chandigarh. When I came here, I was just having a light conversation with Mr. Rajiv Sahu, and I said that this perhaps is the largest gathering of MDs and CEOs of leading banks in the state. And I must thank Shri Rajiv Sahu and Shri Nagaraju, Secretary Financial Services, for making this happen in Odisha. There's just one request, sir. This is not exactly the best time to visit Odisha, so another visit or a plan is due sometime during November to February. This year, we look forward to that. We'll be happy to host. Wonderful. Brilliant. And while we are on the theme of Viksit Odisha 2036 again, we have a galaxy of stars from the banking industry. And a small thought is that even if 5 or 10% of your deposits, can be lent to investments in Odisha, we would be well on our way to achieve Viksit Odisha 2036. Odisha, as a state has kind of suffered from a poor visibility at the national level. So I think it will be in the fitness of things just to give you a brief about Odisha, about the Odisha of today, set a little context. We are perhaps one of the finest transformation stories as a state anywhere in the country. And Mr. Sahu mentioned about the finance, the developments that have happened in public finance here. He spoke about the Niti Aayog Fiscal Health Indicator Index rankings, which was released about 2 months back. We were number 1 on that. We have been we've been ranked as the most prudent state in the country by CareEdge rankings. And I'll just give you a comparison of where we were and where we are now. So way back in 2000, our debt stock to GSDP ratio was about 57%. Today, it stands at around 12.5%, 13%. A state which was unable to pay salaries till about a few years back started the current financial year with a revenue surplus of 31,800 crores. Anu ma'am spoke about the per capita income. So 2011-12, The gap between the national per capita income and Odisha per capita income was 24%. It has been bridged over the last 10 years, and it is now about 12%. And if we continue at this rate, over the next 8 to 9 years, our per capita income is going to surpass the national per capita income. There are several other areas where we have done exceedingly well. In the field of disaster management, we are recognized as leaders internationally. We've got international acclaim for that. As my colleague Hemant will talk to you later, we are among the top 5 investment destinations in the country for manufacturing investments. We are a power surplus state. And if you talk about the social sector, Anu ma'am spoke about the vision that is being prepared. The highest reduction in poverty by any state in the country over the last few years. The highest improvement in health indicators. Infant mortality rate, the highest drop. Institutional births, the highest increase. All of that has happened in Odisha. We are also we've been the #1 state in Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana for several years in the country. So what I'm trying to say and convey to you is that the Odisha of today, ladies and gentlemen, stands out as a model of good governance. And I must also say that as a state, Odisha thinks and works differently. Which other state in the country has gone on to sponsor a national sports team? Odisha. We feel so much of pride when we see Odisha displayed on the jerseys and kits of the national hockey teams. We were the first state in the country to provide viability gap funding for international connectivity. The first state in the country to undertake power sector reforms, unbundling of transmission, distribution, and generation. So, there's a lot that is going Odisha's way. We now have to build, upon the achievements that we've had. And therefore, this exercise of Viksit Odisha 2036 and 2047, where we are also seeking contributions and inputs from you. And I think this conclave national summit that has been organized by ICC is very timely and very relevant for us. I will briefly touch upon the 2 sectors that I look after, electronics and IT and energy, briefly. I went through the comprehensive note that ICC has prepared as an addendum to the agenda that was circulated to all of us. And it was a pleasant surprise to see that some of the recommendations that have been made in the document that has been prepared, we've already acted upon some of those. So some recommendations that have been made are about, coming out with an exclusive policy for global capability centers. That policy is ready. It's in the draft stage now, and we'll be sending it to the cabinet for approval very soon. So over the next 2 months, we are hoping to get approval for 3 new policies: the GCC, FinTech, and the artificial intelligence policy of the state. The IT policy, electronics policy, and semiconductor policy have been substantially revised with very detailed stakeholder consultations with the industry and other stakeholders. Our contribution to services, to the GDP from services, is about 36% compared to 51% at the national level. So there is a lot of scope for enhancing the contribution from the services sector. And therefore, that is one area where we're looking very, very keenly at. It will greatly contribute to the overall development of Odisha by 2036, and tourism sector, IT sector, retail, services, they're going to play a major role. I must also tell you that all these policies that have been either drafted or revised have been benchmarked to be better than the best in the country. So the mandate which our current government has given us, Honorable Minister is here, is to provide incentives which are better than any other state in the country, and therefore we are looking at inviting very significant investments. Anu ma'am spoke about Bhubaneswar being developed as a fintech hub, particularly in the insurance sector. We have Chairman LIC Shri Mahanti sitting here. We are working with him to develop a fintech hub in Odisha, and we've tied up with the Global Finance and Technology Network based out of Singapore. It will be launched sometime next month. A lot of work has happened. We signed the MOU during the visit of the President of Singapore in January, and over the last 3 months, we've completed negotiations, and the final plan is now ready. In the energy sector, ladies and gentlemen, our current generation installed capacity is about 21,000 megawatts. 12,000 megawatts is captive and the balance is non-captive. Our average demand currently is about 4,500 megawatts, 5,000 megawatts, with the peak going up to about 6,000 megawatts. So we are a power surplus state. We provide a power to the southern and the northern grid as well. What is very important is that the tariff in Odisha, the power tariff in Odisha, is the lowest in the country. Our industrial tariff is 6.2 rupees. And therefore, that's a big attraction for industries which are power guzzlers, including data centers. We are in the process of finalizing the laying of a data cable from Singapore to Puri. It will land at Puri. We are going to be setting up a cable landing station in Puri. We have 4 distribution companies which are all private, managed by Tata Power, and 3 out of these 4 have been ranked in the top 10 distribution companies in the country. Our target for 2030 is to add 11,000 gigawatts of renewable energy to our kitty, and we are therefore keenly attracting investments in solar, wind, pump storage projects. Floating solar is going to be a game changer for us. And I'd also like to tell you that Paradeep and Gopalpur in Odisha are coming up as major hubs for green hydrogen and green ammonia. So for the energy sector, renewable energy is going to be the way forward for us. We plan to flip around our contribution of fossil and non-fossil energy generation. So currently our fossil generation is about 57%. By 2030, we plan to bring it down to 48%. We are looking at setting up a brand new IT park. We already have 2 IT parks in Bhubaneswar. We are looking at setting up another IT park spread over about 1,000 acres in Bhubaneswar, Cuttack. And we are looking at setting up smaller IT parks and towers across the major cities in our state. A number of IT parks are going to be set up through public-private partnerships. The model is final and we'll be going ahead with that. So I would like to end here, ladies and gentlemen, with the conclusion from my side that Odisha is a great place to be in. There are very exciting opportunities happening here. And with the support of the banking industry here, I'm sure we can do wonders and achieve the vision of Viksit Odisha 2036 that we've chalked out for ourselves. Thank you so very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Shridev. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Amit Sas, Additional Chief Secretary, Industries and MSME, Government of Odisha, Shri Hemant Sharma, who has admirably led Odisha government's initiative to provide a strong and robust industrial ecosystem to attract investors and major industries. The success of the Utkarsh Odisha Make in Odisha 2025 conclave, which generated an investment of over rupees 16 lakh crore vouchers for that endeavor. May I now request him for his address.
Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Harichandan ji, Senior Cabinet Minister of the Government of Odisha, our veteran Member of Parliament from Cuttack, senior officers from Government of India, and our very distinguished guest, Mr. Nagaraju, the Secretary DFS from Government of India, my colleagues from the state government, office bearers of ICC, and distinguished guests. First of all, I extend my warm wishes to ICC for having completed 100 years of its existence in India as a premier national representative institution for industries, and also commend the efforts of the local chapter, the Odisha chapter led by our very own Rajiv Sahu, for having started the year-long celebrations from Bhubaneswar, from Odisha, which actually tells a message in itself. It is a message in itself that Odisha is really important in the scheme of things at the national level. It is gaining its right place in the community of the developed states in the country under the dynamic leadership of our Hon'ble Prime Minister and our Honorable Chief Minister. And the fact that it is not only the Secretary DFS who is here, we have the galaxy of the financial institutions being represented here today. That also speaks volumes of the kind of interest which Odisha under the new leadership has generated in India. So I must commend the efforts of ICC in this regard. All of you know that Honorable Prime Minister is guiding us for what is called Viksit India, Viksit Bharat by 2047, when we as a nation complete 100 years of our independent existence. We are fortunate in Odisha that we as a state, as the first linguistic state of the country, would be celebrating 100 years much ahead of that by 2036. And today's exercise is actually a visioning exercise, an exercise to know from other stakeholders, from important stakeholders, what is it that the government, what is it that the Odisha society, what is it that the community of Odias can do to realize the dreams of all Odias for a Viksit Odisha by 2036. My senior colleague and my colleague Vishal and senior colleague Anugag ma'am have already presented the vision of Odisha government. I would just touch briefly upon some of the vital aspects which should basically elicit some response from you. It would give you some food for thought and also give you an idea of what is it that Viksit Odisha in 2036 would look like. Firstly, we should understand that the economy of Odisha is changing. While the economy of Odisha is growing, and it is growing at a rate faster than the national average, there are reasons we need not discuss today in this brief meeting. But the major fact to note is that there is a structural shift in the economy of Odisha. And what is that structural shift? From there, we get ideas about how to further develop Odisha by 2036. And that structural shift is that if you look at any state economy, you can view it in three different parts: agriculture, manufacturing, and services. In the last few years, a very significant pointer is that the structural shift in Odisha's economy is happening in such a manner that today it is 40-40-20. 40% of our economy, the GSDP, comes from manufacturing. Nearly 40% comes from services. A little about 39% comes from services, and about 21% comes from agriculture. This is a very big change. However, this also gives us an idea of what to do till 2036. Facts, history, economic history has proven that for states, for regions to develop, this structural shift is the first important target to achieve. And what is that target? That the economy should shift from primarily agriculture and agrarian economy towards manufacturing and services. What is the difference between Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu as compared with Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar and Jharkhand? That it is the other way around. In Bihar or Madhya Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh, a major portion of the GSDP, the economy, will come from agriculture, smaller portion will come from manufacturing, even smaller will come from services. In our state, if we were to develop further, this shift must happen from agriculture to manufacturing, from manufacturing to industry. That means more and more of our people should be working in manufacturing and services, and more of the per capita income must also come from this sector. So this is the first point which we need to keep before ourselves. And the whole planning of the government of Odisha under our new government is basically looking at this structural shift, how to accelerate this shift. What should be the target by 2036? The target should be that services should grow. Services should grow at a much more accelerated rate. It could be 50% plus, it could be 60% plus. Manufacturing should also grow, and agriculture should grow in a different manner. What is it? How is it that agriculture will grow? Agriculture, the whole plan of the government, the whole attempt of the government is basically to give farmers better inputs, better seeds, better fertilizers, better credit, and better training to use those inputs so that the efficiency, the yield increases. It is as simple as that. This is what has happened in Europe. This is what has happened in America. This is what has already happened in Madhya Pradesh. This is what has already happened in Punjab, Haryana. Therefore, it is inevitable that we first do this thing in our agriculture, more and better inputs, better training, and a shift towards market-oriented crops. Also, a very bigger investment from government in logistics, farm-based logistics, cold chain, cold infrastructure, warehousing, so that this transition of crops, this journey of crops from farm to table or from farm to factory becomes more efficient, losses reduce, profits increase. That is all that the government is doing as far as agriculture is concerned. And by 2036, this will mean that our agriculture will become more productive. Less people will depend on agriculture, but more profitable agriculture would become. This is as far as agriculture is concerned. What is it that the government is planning in manufacturing? In manufacturing, whether it is Odisha or any other state, what we have to do is we have to leverage our advantage. What is it that we are competitive at? Where does our competitive advantage lie? How can we compete with a state like Chhattisgarh or a state like Bengal or a state like Tamil Nadu or a state like Haryana, and in which form? Now, a cricket player, if it starts competing in football, or if a tennis player starts competing in table tennis, obviously, the results will be different. Therefore, we first must know what is it that we are advantageous. Where does our competitive advantage come from? Our competitive advantage, very intuitively, very simply, it comes from our geographical advantage. And what is that geographical advantage? Our geographical advantage is that we are a mineral-rich coastal state. These two, mineral-rich, coastal. There are states in India which are mineral-rich but not coastal, for instance, Chhattisgarh or Jharkhand. There are states in India which are coastal but not mineral-rich, for instance, Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu. Therefore, we have to leverage, we have to build upon our competitive advantage of being a mineral-rich coastal state in manufacturing, which is exactly what the government of Odisha is doing. Since we are a mineral-rich state, we must have more and more in minerals extracted in an efficient manner, environmental friendly manner, more and more of those minerals being used in Odisha for value addition, and therefore that strategy is quite clear. We should not only have more iron ore, we should have more steel. We should not only have more coal, we should have more coal gasification, since coal-based thermal power beyond 2050 or 2070 looks remote. We should not only have more bauxite mines, we should also have more aluminium smelters. So this strategy is quite clear. Use the mineral advantage to have more and more value addition. This value addition will give us more revenues, more taxes, and it will also give us jobs better than both the jobs which are there in agriculture or only in pure mining. That is the strategy. In the recently concluded Make in Odisha, this is exactly what we did. We tried to focus on not only mineral bearing areas, but also mineral using industries. So more steel plants are coming up. More steel plants are coming up in areas where more minerals are there. So earlier we had all the steel plants coming up in Kalingnagar or in Dhenkanal or in Jharsuguda or let's say in Paradeep. However, now we have more steel plants or aluminum plants or cement plants coming up in Malkangiri, in Rayagada, in Koraput, in Keonjhar, in Sundargarh. This strategy is working and it will certainly work more and more as we bring in more and more investments. Secondly, in manufacturing, we need to diversify. No state, neither us nor any other state nor any other country can depend only on one particular segment of industry for all time to come. You can be leaders in one segment of industry for 50 years, for 100 years, but you cannot be leaders in one segment of industry for 200 years or 300 years, which is what we need to look at. Therefore, broad basing. This broad basing also needs to happen from our advantage, from the geographical advantage. The second advantage is that we are a coastal state. So we have more ports, more port-based industries can come up. Why is it that in Gujarat today we have world's largest concentration of chemical and petrochemical industries? Is there any chemical mine there? No. Is there any petroleum reserve there? No. All that Gujarat and Maharashtra have is that they have more ports. We have 3 ports. Gujarat has 60 ports. Maharashtra has 37 ports. Gujarat today, 12 ports are under construction. Maharashtra, 10 ports are under construction, including 1 port by government of India, which is costing 70,000 crores to the government of India, but still that port is coming up at Vadhama in Maharashtra. Therefore, the next wave of growth till 2036 in Odisha has to come from port-based industrial development. More industries in Paradeep, more industries in Dhamra, more industries in Gopalpur, more ports at Suvarnrekha, Ashtarang, Palur, and so on and so forth. This is exactly what the strategy of government is. Recently, you must have seen in newspaper and other media reports that our government signed memorandum of understanding for port-based petrochemical and chemical industries. One was signed with Indian Oil Corporation for a very large naphtha cracker. Another was signed with Presided LNG for an LNG terminal. Another was signed with ISPRL, and several other MOUs were signed only in chemicals and petrochemicals in order to grow upon this advantage of port-based industrial development. So that is what the manufacturing roadmap is. Finally, what is it that the government is planning in services? Agriculture, you understood. Manufacturing, I just briefly explained to you. There are many dimensions to it, but for a deliberation of this size, in 10 minutes, that's all that I could place on the table. Services is a pure human resources play. Services industry is about human talent. It is about human resources. Just like manufacturing is about raw material resources, about geographical resources like ports or rivers, or about minerals. Services industry today in a developing country like India is all about human talent, which means that if you want IT industry, you must have IT institutions. If you want health industry, which is a very big service industry, you must have medical colleges. You must also have a large urban centers where huge IT infrastructure, health infrastructure, educational infrastructure, social infrastructure could come up. And there are very successful examples in India where in 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, many states, many other cities have actually done that. In 1995, Bangalore had 3 IT companies. Today they have 3 lakh. Even as early as 2005, Hyderabad had just 1 IT company. Today they have more than 1,000. Why? Because the governments looked into infrastructure. They brought IT complexes. They brought urban complexes. Why is it that for a little bit of medical complication, people from Bengal have to come to Bhubaneswar? Because we have the AIMS. Why is it that for severe medical complications, people from Raipur have to go to Chennai? Because Chennai has large number of hospitals, which is a very big provider of services related jobs. This is exactly the trajectory for Odisha. Our government, under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, is concentrating on talent-based services industry, whether it is IT or it is health or education. The fact that Government of India, Honorable Prime Minister, has given us an IIT in Bhubaneswar, he has given us NISER, he has given us ISER, he has given us an Institute of Chemical Technology, he has given us an IIM in Sambalpur. This is all a part of a plan. These are not random happenings. This is part of the Government of India's plan, the Prime Minister's plan for having Odisha grow in talent-specific, talent-based, human resources-based services industry, and this is what the plan is. So friends, these were some of the preliminary thoughts which I thought I would bring onto the table just to help you or to encourage you thinking on these lines. This structural shift from agriculture to manufacturing to services is what the Viksit Odisha 2036 plan is. What are the challenges? Just a word on what kind of challenges. This plan is there. This plan is being developed. There is a guidance from Government of India. There is hard work being done by the new Government of Odisha. But what kind of challenges are there? What is it that we need to look forward to as challenges and to prepare ourselves? In my limited, experience and understanding, there are 2 very big challenges. All this industrialization, all this development across cities, urbanization, basically calls for more and more land to be brought from agricultural and other holdings towards non-agricultural holdings. This is a very big challenge. You cannot have a port without having 5,000 acres of land. You cannot have a steel plant without having 3,000 acres of land. You cannot have a hospital in Bhubaneswar without having at least 10 acres of land. Therefore, when we talk of this development, we also have to keep in mind that we'll need to bring more and more lands towards this, towards industrialization and urbanization, and therefore need to work out a model where people would willingly or would participate in the development. Otherwise, what will happen is that large number of people who have land but are unwilling to contribute it towards this development will feel left out. They will feel alienated. They will feel that they are not part of this growth story, which many people are growing, but landowners are losing because they end up losing their land. We need to find a solution to this challenge. The second is logistics. All, for whatever reason, I mean, obviously for geographical reasons, our industrial development is logistics heavy. To make 1 ton of steel, you need to move 4 tons of material. To make 1 ton of aluminum, you need to move 8 tons of material. Therefore, this logistics, having more roads, having more railways, having more ports, having more connectivity between our state and the rest of the country is another very big challenge which we have to face, and we need solutions from it. Thirdly and lastly, it appeared to be a challenge, but today with the presence of Mr. Nagaraju and with the presence of all the bankers here, I feel the credit challenge, the money challenge. Where will the money come for all these investments? With the presence of MD SBI, MD PNB, Chairman LIC, I think that challenge we can resolve. So I would sincerely expect all of you to contribute to this growth journey of Odisha, and certainly by 2036, we would not only have Viksit Odisha, we would also have a Samruddh Odisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shri Sharma, for your positive address. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have with us Shri Nagaraju Madirala, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He has earlier served as the Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Coal, and his tenure in the Coal Ministry was marked by significant reforms, including the transparent auctioning of over 115 coal mines and steering India's coal production to a record-breaking 1 billion ton that year. May I now request Shri Nagaraju, who firmly believes that the banking sector will play a pivotal role in achieving the mission of Viksit Bharat by 2047, to address this gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Chief Guest, Shri Prithviraj Harichandan, respected Guest of Honor, Honorable MP, Shri Mahtab Sahab, and my colleagues, Mr. Rajiv Sahu, the Chairman ICC Odisha, and my colleagues Vishal Kumar and Hemant Sharma, and also my colleagues from the DFS, LIC, MD, SBI, MD, PNB, MD, and Indian Bank, UBI, SIDBI, Bank of India, and all other executive directors who come from all the banks and the distinguished participants. I'm extremely delighted to be back to Odisha once again, a state renowned for both very rich traditions and art forms, architecture marvels, and also nowadays for industrial development and moving very fast in economic development. You know, I think all of you know, we have been hearing the previous speaker. Odisha is strategically located in the eastern part as a natural gateway to the economies of both East Asia and South Asia. And with the 450 kilometers coastline housing 3 major ports, Paradip, Dhamra and Gopalpur, and 4th also they are planning. The state offers actually robust connectivity to entire sea-based trade. Now, the cargo handling of these 3 ports are currently about 170 million tons. And with expansion both planned in Gopalpur and Paradip, as well as Dhamra, the capacity of cargo annual capacity will expand hugely. Now, the state government efforts to develop industrial cities featuring plug-and-play facilities and enhancing port connectivity to industrial clusters, aiming to reduce logistic costs and also boost economic efficiencies, is very significant and will add value to the state. In fact, I came to know that Odisha has organized Utkarsh Odisha Make in Odisha Conclave 2025, which has been noted for hugely success, with the commitments of more than 16.73 trillion investment intentions, surpassing the initial investment expectations of 5 trillion. I also told that the investments have come from different, commitments have come from different parts of the world, including India. Now, as someone said, Odisha is the first linguistic state divided from Bengal. And then it is going to complete 100 years in 2036. I think that's a good occasion. And Odisha rightly has prepared a roadmap. What do they want to be? A visionary roadmap, I think, looks good to me while listening to my previous speakers. I think emphasizing several aspects that are necessary for the development of both people and Odisha. Now, Odisha's aspiration to be among the top 5 state economies is possible. I think some of you may know, in my coal avatar, I used to come to Odisha quite regularly. In fact, I have visited most of the places in Odisha, mostly to Talcher, Sambalpur, Jarsugoda, all those industrial belt. State has huge potential. That I think industrial. Somehow, because of our actions and inactions, we could not fully use the potential that state has in the past. But I think now I'm very sure, with a committed and forward-looking state government and officers, I think Odisha should be marching forward. Now, Odisha is thriving industrial hub. I think the one city which I like, which is Odisha is building, Kalinganagar, I think still. And we also wanted, last year we have proposed one industrial hub around Talcher under the PM Gati Shakti program, where the coal, steel and manufacturing could actually form basis to lift the backward regions in the Talcher region to higher income levels. Now, I also note, I think all of you have witnessed, Odisha had made commendable progress in various aspects of development recently. It has invested heavily in modern infrastructure, including transportation and digital connectivity, alongside prioritizing social welfare programs aimed at reducing inequalities and fostering inclusive growth. Initiatives in healthcare, housing, and employment have further supported the lower strata of society, contributing to the vision of an inclusive and developed Odisha. Odisha is one of such rare states which is committed to long-term development objectives by balancing the development of both social and physical infrastructure. The state's strong commitment to development spending, allocating nearly 20% of its budget to socio-economic development, compared to the All India average of 12%, exemplifies its efforts in social inclusion and development. Odisha has also actively increased capital expenditure along with social spending. The proportion of capital expenditure to the state budget is the highest among major states, at 6.8% of state GSDP. Odisha demonstrates strong fiscal health with a debt to GSDP ratio of 13.2%, well below the FRBM limit of 20%, creating fiscal freedom for accelerated infrastructure spending. The recently released Fiscal Health Index by Niti Aayog places Odisha on the top of the ranking in fiscal health among 18 major states with a strong fiscal health, excelling in revenue mobilization, expenditure management, and debt sustainability. Capital outlay to GSDP ratio for Odisha stands at 6.1, the highest among all states, underscoring its focus on economic growth. However, to meet the social and economic development goals laid down in the Viksit Odisha 2036 plan, it requires significant investment. And along with the private players, multilateral development banks and other agencies are also focusing on the state infrastructure for development. Robust banking system in the state is well positioned to fill the gap that is left by all these agencies and plays very important role altogether. The state has a very diverse banking system comprising public and private sector banks, regional rural banks, small finance banks, and cooperative banks. The infrastructure includes 6,349 branches, 34,468 banking business correspondents, and 7,000 ATMs. Now, state is also being transformed in the financial inclusion, fostering rural economic growth. The financial institutions have been augmenting their efforts to financing MSMEs and infrastructure projects. Banking and insurance sector are having multi-dimensional responsibilities. They provide need-based credit to all citizens, bringing unbanked population and the ambit and formal banking channels, providing insurance net to vulnerable segments of society. Credit to deposit ratio in Odisha has consistently improving, stands at 75.44%, reflecting increased financial penetration in the state. The expansion of banking correspondent network has significantly boosted financial inclusion in the rural areas. SHGs also played a great role in enhancing credit linkages in the rural areas, led by cooperative banks, primary agricultural credit societies, fostering livelihood diversification and entrepreneurship. Financial inclusion in Odisha is widespread. As per NSS 79th round highlights that with 95.7% of the population over the age of 18 having bank accounts, surpassing the major state average of 95.2. Similarly, 95.5% of women have bank accounts in the state. Under the Prime Minister Jan Dhan Yojana, Odisha has achieved remarkable progress with 2.3 crore account holders, including 1.3 female account holders. The total deposit in the scheme amounts to 11,500 crore as of April 2025. The ratio of female beneficiaries in PMGDY is 57% compared to All India average of 55%. Now, employment generation through self-employment has been a top priority of the government of India. On the same line, support for entrepreneurship through Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana has been extended by the banks in Odisha extensively. All of you are aware that recently we have celebrated 10 years of successful implementation of Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana. Mudra has gone a long way in funding micro and small enterprises and making them an unbreakable part of India's growth story. Over the years, Mudra has transformed the lives of lakhs of people by enabling young entrepreneurs to live with dignity and purpose. Under Mudra scheme, 1.55 lakh crore is sanctioned to 3.38 crore beneficiaries in Odisha. The state has been a frontrunner for beneficiary of other central schemes like Pradhan Mantri Jivan Jyoti Bima Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, Stand Up India, Atal Pension Yojana, PM Swanidhi, and PM Vishwakarma, and also recently launched scheme PM Vidya Lakshmi. The cumulative enrollment, all these schemes are very good, in fact, higher than the national average and surpasses most major states in terms of percentages. When we come to the digital payment, the situation in Odisha is also very promising. Special initiatives are taken for digital onboarding of merchants. 24 lakh merchants are onboarded under Beam UPI, and 7.26 merchants are onboarded under Beam QR. In Odisha, banks are supporting MSME, agriculture, lower income strata through various financial and non-financial institutes. These include providing loans, subsidies, and grants to encourage business growth, technology upgradation, and entrepreneurship development. MSMEs are supported in multiple ways, including financing, subsidies, and grants, technology upgradation, infrastructure development, and market access. SIDBI has been actually playing a very important role both in Odisha as well as in country to stand with the MSMEs so that they become big unicorns in the country. With 18.7 lakh MSMEs registered as of January 2025, the sector has maximized employment generation next to agriculture. Udyam portal has supported MSMEs, enabling access to private sector lending. MSME advances in Odisha grew from 41,000 crore in 1920 to 90,000 crore last year, with a CAGR of more than 21%, which is one of the highest in the country. As of September 30, 2024, MSME sector in Odisha achieved 58,000 crore in annual credit plan for the financial year 24-25, reaching 56.9% of the total target of 1 lakh crore. Odisha has achieved notable progress in increasing agricultural loans as a percentage of gross state value added, narrowing the gap with the national average. Efforts to strengthen the credit delivery system have improved access to credit for MSMEs in the state, especially first-generation entrepreneurs, ensuring hassle-free loans without collateral. Odisha balances rich cultural heritage with commendable progress in sustainable development. Its abundant natural resources, including forests, rivers, and coastlines, are safeguarded through prioritized environmental conservation. Ecotourism initiatives like Chilka Lake, Uttarkanika National Park, Simlipal Tiger Reserve promote responsible tourism while preserving biodiversity. Odisha is, while listening to them, I am actually thinking that what are the great strengths of Odisha? Actually, the greatest strengths of Odisha are three. One is rich mineral resources and natural resources. No other state has these many diverse natural resources, natural minerals as Odisha. That's one. Second is huge coastline. Odisha has a very benign coastline, unlike Andhra Pradesh or even Bengal. See, the coastline ports will develop where we have navigational comfort. By the Gujarat has because of that only. Odisha also similarly endowed with a very benign coastline, huge coastline starting from Gopalpur to Bengal, Damra. Now it can develop large number of coast. And third one, which I actually compliments Odisha, is huge biodiversity reserve. You have forests, tree coverage is very good everywhere, and within Bhubaneswar town you have reserve forest. I think many of you know, within Bhubaneswar town we have reserve forest, and gladly, I think nobody is cutting those trees. These are all required. And what I was suggesting to Rajiv in the morning, the towns and cities like Bhubaneswar, they should develop new settlements, new townships around the biodiversity or green cover, so that everybody will enjoy, and also we don't cut them. Basing these three pillars, Odisha actually should prepare its plan. I'm sure they mentioned that, but instead of exporting natural minerals in its unfinished form, I think we should ensure we have policies that are conducive to encourage investment for manufacturing, for refinement. I think that's where we have to do this. With global uncertainty going around all over, everywhere, Odisha has actually in great advantage position. Mineral resources, rich mineral resources, I think auctioning them timely auction, taking decisions, transparently auctioning, ensuring that these mines are operationalized as per time schedules. That actually instills a lot of confidence among the entrepreneurs to come to Odisha and invest. People don't come to a place because if you create roadblocks everywhere, starting from Tahsildar to at the highest level, everybody should work together. Then only the ecosystem will get developed. The other point is, instead of develop ecosystem around a sector, whatever is the sector, it could be coal, it could be steel, it could be anything, bauxite, you have bauxite, everything. Please develop ecosystem around that. That is where actually employment generates. That's where actually the capital get formed. That is where investments come. That's where the skills get developed. If you look at China, Vietnam, Taiwan, it's the ecosystem. Anything to do, ecosystem. Develop ecosystem. I think that's what keeps Odisha stronger. Now, I'm glad actually, Odisha has been, I think we have been coming since my probation days. I have come to here. Now, we are glad ICC has invited us, and I'll say, and let me also extend my congratulations to ICC for celebrating 100 years of its founding. And huge congratulations to ICC. And keep continue doing good work everywhere, because ICC is the only organization that is available in the eastern part of the country. I think many of you know, eastern part, this ICC is the only one, which is little active. I hope ICC will continue to grow and lead industrial development in the eastern part of the country. And I'm also grateful to the ICC for inviting me, especially to Rajiv Sahu and the entire ICC team, me and also my colleagues from all the banks. And I can assure you one thing. We are ready to partner Odisha. Now, everybody is saying that this is the first time large number of bankers, senior bankers, MDs, CEOs are here. The reason is all of them are committed for the development of Odisha. Just now, they have not come here. Like each one of you, they are also committed for the progress of the country and also progress of each laggard or backward states, anything. So Odisha offers them great opportunity. They look for good opportunity to invest. They look for good opportunity to finance, good projects. Any good projects are there, they'll be actually willing to look at it and then finance. They don't have any hesitation. We are, thanks to the last 10 years of Government of India's reforms, our public sector banks are well endowed now. We are all doing well. All our banks are making profits. And we can lend more. We have been actually, the guidance to the banks is very clear. Please lend more to the industrial development, term loans. That's where actually employment gets generated. That's where the capital formed. The capital is required. And we cannot be just consuming country anymore, our estate. Just we cannot be consuming. We should also be producing. And therefore, that comes only when we are investing. And we are actually very happy to stand with Odisha to support all your endeavors. And let me also mention that Rajiv Sahu is asking for inauguration of, to set up a journal office in of Baroda. Even before Odisha asked, we have DFS has taken the decision. In fact, we are inaugurating the journal office of Bank of Baroda today evening. Second one. Now LIC is there. I think I'll talk to my CEO and then we'll decide. And of course, he will support you. He's from Odisha. All his heart is here only. We'll see that our business. And I wish the ICC and everyone, all the distinguished participants, I think we let us all join hands together so that we can partner with Odisha and make sure that Odisha progresses far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful address. I'm sure the banks are now more geared up to work for Odisha. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged to have amidst us Honorable MP Shri Bhartrihari Mahtab, known as one of India's outstanding parliamentarians. He has keenly witnessed the socio-political history of Odisha as well as its development journey over the decades, not just as a political leader, but also as an astute journalist editor. I'll now request him to share his perspectives on Viksit Odisha. With a round of applause from all of you.
Thank you. I've been put into a very difficult task. After hearing 4 illuminating speeches, who are very much in the thick of things relating to development and finance, my participation now will put all of you to sleep because lunch is getting ready. What do you expect from me to hear? I'm not a minister. I'm not a banker. I'm not a policy framer to a great extent.
Not partly correct. He is the chairman of standing committee.
I can only suggest. But I can speak as a citizen of this country, as a resident of this state. And in that respect, I have certain ideas which I had ventilated before Mr. Rajiv Sahu some months ago. And later I came to know that he has expressed himself in more detail, adding some of his ideas into it to Mr. Prithviraj Harichandan. and the response that he got was very encouraging. Keeping that in mind, today we are meeting here, and we felt very elated when he told me that my friend Mr. Agaraju has agreed to come and address the gathering, and we have invited number of CEOs of banks, MDs or EDs of banks. And of course, this will be just a beginning. As has been rightly mentioned here, how can a state grow? And growth at what level? In the finance level, at the societal level, at a cultural level, how can a state grow? Very recently, I'll just mention some few points here. Very recently, Prime Minister of the Union Government of India came up with certain programs that to have mega cities. We are seeing for last 20 years in our state, urbanization is happening. Large number of people are migrating to urban areas, and we have seen in Bhubaneswar how it has exponentially expanded, which was beyond our conception in the early 60s, what to talk of 50s. Those who had seen Bhubaneswar and those who see Bhubaneswar now, how it has exponentially expanded, and it is expanding every day. So also, a little far away, we have a city called Cuttack that is also expanding. Despite it is surrounded by rivers, we are building bridges so that connectivity will increase. We are seeing Paradip also increase, is also expanding. We have seen new townships have come up as Nalko Nagar. We have seen townships have come up as Kalinga Nagar. Keeping all this in view, very recently, I think day before yesterday, the Honorable Minister for Surface Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, announced in Bhubaneswar that he is going to invest, or the Union Government is going to invest, certain 1,000 crores to build a capital region ring road from Jankia of Khorda, bypassing Khorda, Bhubaneswar, Cuttack and Chaudhar and connected to Tangi. That will be a greenfield area which will be developed as a highway, and on both sides large number of government land is available. There will be some acquisition of private land of course, and my request to the government is that let us develop green industries in that area instead of putting cement industries, steel industries. It should be smokeless industries. As you are contemplating of, as the government is contemplating of having another info city, that is one of the area which can come up. I have an idea also, and I have ventilated it to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister has been very kind enough, has reciprocated in a positive way. Of course, Odisha government has a different view on that, and is to develop the Charbatiya airport as a cargo airport. Charbatiya has been an airport since the Second World War, developed by the Americans, was serviced by the American government even after 1962, up to 1975 and up to 1980. And it was directly under the Cabinet Secretariat. I need not expand on that point further, but now it is different. It's not in operation. Because technology has advanced, many things are being operated from Delhi. The reconnaissance aspect which was being monitored from Charbatiya is not being done here, relating to Southeast Asia, even up to China and Mongolia. So that it has a huge runway. Major cargo planes can come there. And my logic was, it is nearer to Nalko Nagar, it is nearer to Kalinga Nagar, it is nearer to Paradip. Of course, it will ease congestion of Bhubaneswar airport. And it is as industries are in and around that airport, cargo transport can be easier from Odisha, and it will be as a better place for the eastern coast to have a major cargo hub there. Of course, the government of Odisha was appraised about it, but it has other ideas also. I think some rethinking is being done now, and I believe we should have a good air cargo hub in Odisha, and that is the best place where we can develop. It's a ready-made airport available. Nothing you have to consult. It's a 5,000 meter run long air strip is also there. But keeping this part of it, which has been declared therefore yesterday about the Capital Region Ring Road, it not only covers these 4 towns and cities, but also a bigger urban area is also being contemplated by the government to be developed. Starting from, if some of you have any idea, in the National Highway of 16, then it goes up to Astarang, and from that side towards Jankia again. So this whole area, in another 10 years' time, which I can envisage, is going to be one of the major mega city or urban area of the state, where industries will be there, where urbanization also will happen. People are migrating to cities from the villages. So in that respect, this will be one of the major urban area, mega city of the state. I remember once Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, when he was Minister for Urban Affairs from 2015 or so, from that time, he used to tell me that whichever province of the country has more number of cities, the GDP or the income of that state is higher. Odisha's major problem is we don't have cities as such. We call ourselves that yes, Bhubaneswar is a city, Cuttack is a city, but these are not cities as such. Urban growth centers. But those states which has major cities, their income is greater. And now Prime Minister has come out with an idea that we should build up major cities. And the present declaration, Odisha doesn't find any place. But we are striving, the government also is striving to build major cities. And today, of course, you must have marked 3 or especially 2 areas have been identified. One was this capital region. Second is from Raurkela, Rajgangpur, Brajarajnagar, Jharsuguda, Sambalpur, that region. Of course, Mr. Hemant Sharma extended it up to Bargarh. There's no harm in it if you extend it to Bargarh. But that is the long stretch where number of industries are coming up. Urbanization is also going on in a very rapid pace. Another focus should be is in the Jaipur, Sonabada and Koraput region, where at one point of time, Dr. Girdhar Gamango used to joke that you don't have much industries in the central Odisha. We have major industries in Koraput district. That he used to say. And especially JK Paper, number of industries are there. So in that region also can be developed, and it has an airport. Jaipur has a very vibrant airport that and also very nearer to Vizag. So in that respect, that area also is another area where we can develop. My request, as most of the bankers are here, I have it's not a complaint, but I have been discussing it many a time about the CD ratio. And as the Secretary Banking is very much present here, the CD ratio, he has already told most of the bankers here present, saying that let us invest here. One thing what I have been hearing is the absorbing capacity. I will tell you one thing, SIDBI also, I believe, is also present here. As industrial clusters are growing and urbanization is also increasing, and it will increase in another 10 years, it will become manifold. In that respect, greater thrust should be, my suggestion is on MSME sector. Of course, idea has been slowly people are moving out of agriculture. And agriculture, to make it sustainable, number of ideas are being propagated. Say, for instance, one MSME sector is there in Tamil Nadu. From the paddy husk, silicon is being made, which is being used for our chips. This was unthinkable some years ago. And now that company is thinking of buying paddy from Odisha, and they have already started buying paddy from Chhattisgarh, and especially to take the husk and convert it into chips, and it is being exported. Another aspect, yesterday the minister mentioned in his speech that the parali, as we call, I don't know, parali, I believe most of you can understand, that will be converted into gas, fuel, for aviation fuel. That parali is also already, the technology has come, that is going. In Odisha, the whole parali is going waste, because with the high yielding cultivation, it is not being used as for the thatching of the roofs. So in that respect, that is a huge potential which can be, where people can invest and entrepreneurs can be encouraged to invest. There are a number of issues where we can have out of box thinking and have investment, but everything depends how much faith and confidence you have on the entrepreneurs. Odisha had been a very enterprising state. At the beginning of our independence, economists have come out with certain theories that Odisha was an exporting state, not only in food grains, but it was an exporting state. Today it is not. We have to make that turnaround. And to make that turnaround, the best, which I believe, which will have an immediate effect, is to invest in blue economy. Today, there are very few companies or firms which are engaged in blue economy. Secretary Mr. Nagaraju mentioned about the huge coastline that we have. Just make a comparison. The number of trawlers that Andhra Pradesh has, the number of fishing industry Andhra has made. Why we haven't succeeded in that line? Why trawlers from Thailand or from Southeast Asia come to our coast and get apprehended and produced before the court? Why can't our fishermen, where is that problem that needs to be found out? And we have potentials of building more number of ports. Very rightly, it has been mentioned that other than Gopal, Dhamra and Paradip has a deeper girth than any other ports of the eastern coast. Some million ton of ship can come and embark here. But today, that type of investment is necessary. First time, I'll just tell you, first time, it was only our Prime Minister who mentioned that we have boundaries not only in the land, we also connect with our boundaries that are on the sea. Geopolitically, Pakistan is an enemy state. China, we are not that comfortable with. Bangladesh, we were comfortable very much, but today it's not so. Myanmar, of course, we are slowly developing our relationship, and we are intending to build a highway directly to Bangkok and to connect to the South China Sea. And he has talked about Purvodaya. So in that respect, what idea does he have? The coast of India connects to the coast in and around Bay of Bengal, Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea. And how that connectivity can happen? It can happen only through ports. The more number of ports that we have, more number of commercial activities that we have through these ports, our economy will grow. And his idea is Purvodaya. And today, that Purvodaya's main center of activity is Odisha. Be it in the railways, every year more than 10,000 crores of rupees is being invested every year. Be it ports, similar investment also is being made. Port-based industries are also coming. Bharatmala and Sagarmala, through that investment is coming. Infrastructure is being developed in a very greater way, which was unthinkable 5 years ago, or even 10 years ago. And within last 10 months, that door that was being shut has opened. With this new dispensation of the government that has come in Odisha, lot of bottlenecks have evaporated, I would say. Now is the time, and this is the time to make investment and therefore I would say everything will be done by people of Odisha is not possible. Investors have to come. That's why the government has been going around asking to come and invest. An advertisement was being done earlier, unexplored part of the country, that is Odisha. Now you have to not only to come and explore, but you have to come and invest. So in that respect, I would say it is high time. One aspect which I was asking our minister, because a lot of effort was put during the previous term of Lok Sabha, in the 16th Lok Sabha, because that was a government came out with 4 codes relating to labor. It had certain resistance. Why certain? A very tremendous resistance from the labor trade unions. It was referred to the labor committee, and by chance I was also heading that committee during that time. I want to meet Prime Minister on a different aspect. And there he narrated one thing. That was, of course, a one-to-one conversation. I believe lot of water has passed in between, so flown in Mahanadi, so I can say this. China is being isolated. That's what he said. China is being isolated now. He asked me a question. Shouldn't India take advantage of it? Now, of course, things has changed. Now, America is after China. China wants to embrace India. China has a very good relationship with Russia. These are the international ramifications which are happening. But during that period, investors were running away from China. Industries were running away from China. They were scouting for better environment. Thailand took advantage of it. Should not India I said, what is the problem? Why can't we bring them? Labor law is the problem. That was labor law is the problem. We have made 4 codes, but resistance is there, and we have tried to talk with them. And I was asking our minister, because labor is in a concurrent list, it has to be passed by respective state governments for implementation. And we, during that COVID period, and just a year after that, we cleared all the 4 codes. We made number of suggestions, and I'll tell you one thing. If you understand the parliamentary practice, 117 suggestions were made by the standing committee, and the minister, the present governor of Jharkhand, Mr. Santosh Gangwar, was the minister for labor that time. He stood up in the house and said, out of 117, we have accepted 97 suggestions of the standing committee. That was a credit. And so, but still, 2 states, of course, now Delhi has become a BJP ruled state, they are going to implement it. Only resistance is from Bengal. All other states invariably have agreed. There are certain glitches somewhere in certain clauses, but those notifications can come up. As soon as you do, it will help our industry. I'll just give you one instance. A boiler has to be set up. An engineer has to be engaged. Should he be a permanent engineer in that company? It will be a term for 3 years, 2 years, 5 years. That can happen. That is when certain trade union leaders confronted me, how can you do this? If he's working for more than 180 days, then he has to be made permanent. I said, what is happening in China? China has this term for 3 years and can again be renewed for another 3 years. Why can't we do that here? Because it is not required for a company to employ him permanently. So, and gig workers and other things have also come up. And today I have read in the papers that gig workers and platform workers are also going to come under the platform. Platform workers are going to come under the pension scheme. So, number of changes are happening. We should take advantage of it. Just I can remark here, if Bengal is not accepting the labor code, should not Odisha be taking advantage of that situation? And Odisha be the destination for industrialization, as has been rightly mentioned here by my previous speaker, Mr. Nagaraju. The advantage that Odisha has, what Mr. Hemant Sharma also mentioned, the advantage our state has. Now is the time to invest and to industrialize, either in the manufacturing sector or in the service sector. And I had thought of limiting my speech to 5 minutes, but I have taken a lot of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable inputs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, we are very fortunate to have the presence of CEOs, MDs, executive directors from India's leading banks who are already an integral part of the Viksit Odisha 2036 mission. And we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate them. I'll request Honorable Minister Shri Prithviraj Harichandan, Honorable MP Shri Bhatrahari Mahtab to do the honors and felicitate them along with our other esteemed dignitaries on dais. So with a huge round of applause, we would like to welcome them on stage. We'll begin with Shri Siddharth Mohanty, Chairman, LIC India. A big round of applause for each one of them as they join us on stage, and we take this opportunity to felicitate them. Yes. Yeah. See the coach. So that was Shri Siddharth Mahanti, Chairman, LIC India. Big round of applause. We'd like to invite on stage Shri Ashok Chandra, Managing Director, CEO, Punjab National Bank. A big round of applause as we invite him on stage. Okay. Let's welcome on stage now Shri Vinay M. Tonse, Managing Director, SBI. A big round of applause. We're truly privileged that such a galaxy of banking sector key decision makers are here with us today. We'd like to invite you, Manoj Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank of India. We'd like to welcome now Shri Ashwini Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, UCO Bank. And जैसे राजीव सर ने बिगिनिंग में बोला था, शुरुआत में तालियों में कोई कंजूसी नहीं होनी चाहिए. Thank you. We would also like to now welcome Shri Binod Kumar, Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer, Indian Bank. The next one would be Shri Devadar Chand, Managing Director and CEO, Bank of Baroda. I'm giving out the names a little earlier so that you all, wherever seated, can come close to the stage. I'll request, yes, the camera people to please give them some space to walk towards the stage. So yes, we have now on stage Shri Devadar Chand, Managing Director and CEO, Bank of Baroda. I'll then request, Shri Bhavendra Kumar ji, Executive Director, Canara Bank, wherever he is, if he can come close to the stage. Yeah, okay. I would like to invite on stage Shri Rajneesh Karnatak, MD and CEO, Bank of India. Thank you. Would like to invite Shri Bhavendra Kumar, Executive Director, Canara Bank. I'll also request Shri B.S. Venkatesh, wherever he is, if he can just come close to the stage as well. So joining us on stage now, Shri Bhavendra Kumar, Executive Director, Canara Bank. Okay. Yes, yes. So we have Shri B.S. Venkatesh, Deputy Managing Director, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. I'll after that request Srimati A. Mani Mikhalai, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India, to come close to the stage. Yes, joining us now, Srimati A. Mani Mikhalai, MD and CEO, Union Bank of India. A big round of applause as we welcome her. I'll also request Shri Rajiv, Shri Rohit Rishi, and Mr. Dhanraj T, wherever they are, if they can come close to the stage, please. Yes, we'd like to welcome Shri Rajiv, Executive Director, Punjab and Sindh Bank. A big round of applause. I'd like to welcome Shri Rohit Rishi, Executive Director, Bank of Maharashtra. And Mr. Dhanraj T, Executive Director, Indian Overseas Bank. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for being a part of this National Summit and joining in for the National Summit on Viksit Odisha 2036. We'll also be felicitating our industry sponsors and partners now, but that was a big thank you to all our banking partners. Thank you so much for taking out time from your schedule and being in Bhubaneswar for this summit today. Now for our industry sponsors and partners, event partner, I Serve You, Shri Devi Sarangi, CEO. I'll request everyone to please quickly join in. The next one would be Gitarani Mohanty Raikela Mines, World Group, Srinivas Sahu, Managing Partner, Owner. I'll request please come close to the stage, after which we'll go with the platinum sponsors, S&M Group and SOA Group. So I'll request our, esteemed partners to please join us and be here somewhere close to the stage so that we can quickly get this done. So yes, CEO Shri Devi Sarangi, I Serve You, and Gitarani Mohanty Raikela Mines World Group, Shri Srinivas Sahu, Managing Partner, Owner. So I'll move to. All right, the next one would be S&M Group, Chairman Shri Prabodh Mohanty. A big round of applause. नहीं है, नाम नहीं है. So S&M Group and then SOA Group, Shri Manoranjan Naik, the founder. I'm not sure if he's here, but anyway, representing the SOA Group, we'll request them to please join on stage. After which we have MGM Group, Chairman Shri PL Mohanty, and Scan Steel Limited, MD Mr. Rajesh Karodia. Right? Okay, that's it. All right. We would like to invite the NABARD chairman, who's also here with us, to please join ED. DMD. Okay, I'm so sorry for that. We would like to invite the NABARD DMD who's here with us. And also the Exim DMD, they are here with us. So we would like to invite both of them on stage, and we would like to take this opportunity to felicitate them. Would like to, I'd like to, after that, invite Shri S.K. Das, Chairman, Kalinga Hospital Limited. कोई सच्ची सर no more sponsors. All right, we would like to thank the Honorable Minister and the Honorable MP and all our esteemed dignitaries for doing the honors, felicitating our banking partners and our industry partners as well. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as Odisha government has augmented its capex allocation under the leadership of Works, Excise and Law Minister Shri Prithviraj, infrastructure has received a renewed push with focus on new economic corridors, express highways, and connectivity. Also, laws are being simplified to encourage faster grounding of projects. It will be definitely an honor to now request the Honorable Minister to address this wonderful gathering and share his thoughts on the envisioning of Viksit Odisha 2036. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Shri Bhartrihari Mahtab, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Nagaraju, Secretary DFS, Government of India, Chairman ICC, Shri Rajiv Sahu, Shri Bisal Dev, and other dignitaries on the dais, and the invited guests from different fraternities available in this August gathering, chairman and CEO of different banks, and dear friends. It's a good thing that the discussion, deliberation has started when you are going to fix up a development plan for Viksit Odisha and Viksit Bharat. I believe in different forums, it has already started. 3 months back, CYSD and some other organizations have started it, led by Mr. Jagadanand. Yesterday, in another forum, some people were discussing regarding the social development, cultural development, development related to heritage, as well as development related to our Asmita. And today, in fact, I got a chance to attend this seminar where in this workshop, we are discussing the overall economic growth of the state, keeping 2036 and 2047 in view. I must thank our dear friend Shri Rajiv Sahu as well as his entire team to start this kind of a thing, start the forum of discussion, which will definitely be a moral boosting not only for the state, but for an eye-opener for the government also. When we discuss a lot of things, I was just telling him few minutes back, whatever is the gist of this discussion, that needs to be made a booklet or made a document, and it must be presented to the Honorable Chief Minister, which will help the government to formulate in which way, in which path we should go and get the success to achieve these deadlines. Basically, to my view, instead of keeping two targets, we have a fixed economic targets in front of us. Few minutes back, Mr. Sahu was telling that by 2036, we are focusing for a economical growth to reach a 0.5 trillion size of economy. And in 2047, we are trying to reach 1.5 trillion economy. That is the size. But is it possible to achieve it instantly? So keeping that in view, I was just discussing with him few minutes back. If you are not keeping another target for 2029, because if you are not laying the foundation by 2029, it is difficult to achieve 2036. If it is not 2036, then it is difficult to achieve 2047 also. So keeping that in view, keeping the all-round growth in view, our plan for the growth and everything, the foundation needs to be laid by 2029. That is the first target in front of us. And if that is done, then whatever the achievable goals in the entire journey, that needs to be achieved by 2036, and all these far-fetching goals can be very well achieved by 2047, that is for sure. So keeping that in view, the sectors which needs a lot of input from the industry, from people from different fraternities. Those inputs needs to be taken very seriously, because we, the people who are in the executive, the political peoples, the bureaucrats, the way we see the growth plan, in the other side, the people who are in the industry, who are facing the problems every day, who are encountering a lot of situations every day, who are into the process of developing the country, developing the state on a daily basis. Their suggestions, their opinions, definitely that marks a different angle of the total situation. So keeping that in view, we definitely look into that. Now, few things have already been discussed. I'm not repeating any of this. We need a lot of things to do. Number one is in mining sector, in infrastructure sector, in industrial development, basically as far as large industries, as well as development of MSME industries, that as far as that is concerned. So developing the service sector in the state. So all these things are taken together. If you are looking every aspect of it and the development of every aspect, then we can go ahead with a victorious march. What I'm telling, like, as far as the infrastructure is concerned, it's the basic input for development of any other sector, if you are looking at it keenly. Keeping that in view, we have started up with developing a huge road network in the state. I'm just putting forth a few examples out of it. One is, very recently we have decided, that has been published in newspapers and others also. We are planning for a greenfield access controlled road from Berhampur to Jaipur. Berhampur to Jaipur at present, it's taking around 8.5 hours. If you go by car, if you go in a logistic vehicle, it takes around more than 10 hours, you can say. We are trying our level best to shorten the distance to 3.5 hours by constructing this road. Now we know, like, entire Raigada and Koraput district, which are minerally rich, the entire, if you are not constructing this road, the entire mineral will be exported from Vizag port instead of our own port. So keeping that in view, if you are constructing this road, then Gopalpur port will become a major port very soon. So keeping that in view, we have started this approach. Similarly, starting from Motu of Malkanagiri district to Tiring in Mayurbhanj district, we are developing an expressway which will boost the economy of the state definitely. And to add to that, we are planning for a grand ring road along the sides of the territory of the state. and number of arterial roads, which will give a major boost to the economy of the state by virtue of connecting ports, mineral exploration points, industries, and create a lot of new avenues for industrial hubs, logistic parks, as well as many more things. That is one plan. And in this total infrastructure plan, we had a rough estimation. We have an estimate of around 2,30,000 crore that needs to be invested by 2029. When we planned this thing, many of our colleagues, they could not believe it. They told, like, is it possible? Your state budget for a year for my department is roughly around 14,000, 15,000 crore. Can you achieve such a long target? But to my fortune, my principal secretary, he agreed with me. He was convinced, and we have started planning on it. And now we are in the process of execution, and we are starting up very shortly. For the first time, Odisha has developed a new road policy. For the first time, Odisha has introduced State Highway Authority very recently. And with the support of these two organizations, we will be constructing roads worth of 2,30,000 crores. Our target is to finish up by 2029 or latest by 2030. We'll start the work, and the work will be over by 2030. So, keeping that in view, and recently, Honorable Union Minister for Road Transport and Highway, he was here. He has assured us, Mr. Mahtab was also there, he assured us, whatever proposal you are sending to me, he told me lightly that you are following up your cases very smoothly. Then he told, like, whatever proposal you are sending to me, expansion of any highway, extending the length of any highway, widening of any highway, or any new project that is matching to Gati Shakti framework, will definitely add to our project, and will give that to Odisha. That's a commitment from my side. That was his quote. So, friends, we are in the path of development. Recently, another new area we are approaching, like we have started approaching. In Odisha, the tourist influx is, the domestic tourists share of Odisha, as far as all India scenario, is only 0.54%. And international tourists is only 0.26%. Now we are discussing about Odisha, the natural resources we are having, the kind of forest we are having, the kind of beauty the state is having, 572 kilometers of coastline we are having. So keeping that in view, we are putting a consultant into the survey activity for developing multiple marine drive along the coastline. The first of it is Sonapur Gopalpur Port, Marine Drive, which will be laying the foundation stone very shortly within a period of couple of months. And after that, wherever it is possible along the coastline for developing a marine drive, we'll go ahead with that so that the hospitality industry can grow simultaneously, which will attract the tourists to come and stay in Odisha. Similarly, we have taken 11 cities of Odisha for which we are planning for ring roads, outer ring roads. Just think about Telangana today. In 2004, I got an opportunity to meet Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. He was the chief minister then, in his office. Then he was telling, then that time this IT city, this Gachibowli area was nothing. Then that time he was telling, I want a complete outer ring road surrounding Hyderabad and Secunderabad. So that was his plan. Then I was also thinking, like the airport is in Begumpet, why it is required? It could not come to my mind. But today, if you see the outer ring road and the growth of Hyderabad city, the entire Hyderabad city, when the real estate sector in the entire country was in recession, Hyderabad was never facing that situation. So similarly, the growth of IT industry, the growth of health sector, the growth in hospitality industry, that is tremendous only because of this outer ring road. That's my belief. So keeping that in view, we have started surveying outer ring roads surrounding 11 different cities of Odisha. In Bhubaneswar also, because I believe like this, if there is not a horizontal growth of the city, then it is difficult for the city to grow, for the economy of the city to grow, and for the population of the city to develop. So keeping that in view, around Bhubaneswar, apart from Capital Region Ring Road, Honorable MP was telling, Capital Region Ring Road is coming from Rameshwar. That's a junction where it's meeting NH16. Again, through Tangi, it is meeting again NH16, and it's making a complete ring. That is the outer ring road for Bhubaneswar and Cuttack. But surrounding Bhubaneswar, we are planning for a ring road of 142 kilometers, a 4-lane ring road, which will develop real estate, which will develop non-polluting industries, which will develop the commercial activity of the state. So keeping that in view, like we have started the work. Another observation of mine as far as Hyderabad is concerned, mostly we have offered places for IT industries or ITES based industries in Odisha. But to make a more fruitful approach, we are in a plan to develop around 50 million square meter built up area for IT companies, maybe as a initiative from the government or maybe through a PPP mode. But this is the target, to develop around 50 million square meter built up, all organized area for IT industries, where the people can just come and plug and play their entire operation. That would be easier for them. My observation is wherever, even in Bangalore, in Hyderabad also, the growth, the reason of the growth is because ready-made infrastructure is available there. So if you can develop it, Odisha will become the best destination for IT industries across the country and across the globe also. Definitely, we need a international airport. We need better port facility. Along the coastline, we should have multiple ports. The government is now thinking seriously about developing the ancient ports in Odisha was having a very designated, very distinct maritime history, and keeping that in view, Odisha is also having a lot of ancient ports, 7 numbers of ancient ports. The government may think about that, like to develop those ports simultaneously. Multiple airports and multiple ports definitely will add to our economy. So, keeping all this in view, a lot of things have been planned definitely. A lot of things have been planned to take the economy forward. But simultaneously, this kind of gathering, this kind of discussion forums definitely add a new feather every time to the plans of the government, to the kind of approach we are giving to this goal of growth. So all these things taken together, basically we are in agriculture sector, we have started our initiative to give more incentives to the farmers. And now we are thinking about making more and more organic cultivation, going for multiple crops, and similar areas where the farmer will have a better income in all aspects. Another area that is, I think, if I'm not telling a few words on that, it will not be proper. The major job provider in the entire country is this MSME industries. But somehow, to my belief, I think they are the most neglected persons in this country also. MSME industry, when most of them are this first generation business people, when because of any reason, there are n number of reasons why a industry suffers. In many cases, this maybe it's a startup or any other industry also. When it starts shaking, he finds nobody to support them. It's my request to ICC also. Can we develop a rehab module for these MSME industries of the state? A rehab module means like when an MSME industry tumbles, then nobody supports them. Bankers, they never listens to them. They don't have the capacity to hire consultants to revive their setup. They don't have any support in that case. It is lucky if they come out of this automatically. Otherwise, they don't have anything to do. So can there be a collaboration between government, financial consultants, and the bankers? Wherever a MSME enterprise is losing its track, this forum can do something at least. This forum can prepare a rehabilitation module for this, a rehabilitation plan for this industry, and they will survive. Otherwise, every year number of MSME industries are dying, number of startup units are dying because of whatever reason. So this kind of a thing, if you are thinking about bigger growth, then we should have a protection policy for our small scale industries, which will provide job, which will add to a great extent to our economy also. So friends, I think the government is going ahead with going ahead in a right direction. We have chosen our path. We have fixed our goal. But is that sufficient? I appeal to everybody present over here. In this entire growth, let's join our hands together and everybody be an ambassador of this journey, ambassador of this growth, ambassador of this entire process. Thank you. Jai Jagannath. Vande Utkal Janani.
We would like to thank the Honorable Minister for his inspiring address, and now also take this opportunity to request Vice Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council, Srimati Nilanjana Mukherjee, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Diksha. I begin my vote of thanks by thanking Lord Jagannath to keep us healthy, that we could attend this program. Honorable Cabinet Minister, Shri Harichandan ji, Honorable Member of Parliament, Shri Mahatab ji. Of course, it was a pleasure to have Shri Nagaraju ji visiting us and addressing. Anugar ma'am has always been a very support, and Shri Hemant Sharma ji has been a very big pillar for ICC in previous, past and future, of course. Shri Vishal Dev ji. So the entire deliberation today actually focused about the main thing is that we are the fastest transforming state, which makes us very proud that we are all sitting here and we are going to make this happen for the 2036. We spoke about health and wellness. We spoke about increasing the GDP. We spoke about, the state thinks very differently. A very important point which we spoke about is shifting the structure from agriculture, manufacturing to industry. We also spoke about developing the ecosystem, which is again a very, very big insight. Developing a green area, yes, we should be proud that the state has so much of greenery. We should develop green area, but we need to develop much more major cities and also a cargo hub. And not last but the least, which our minister really pointed out, that we need to target and lay a foundation in 2029 to reach the 2036 goal. So this rehab module of MSME is something I think Rajiv Sahu sir will give it to the MSME committee. So we have a separate committee for MSME in ICC. And of course, we will work for rehab for MSME. And that is again a very, very good way to let us know that government is making expressway, ring road, and much better logistics for us to work here. Coming back to, this was not possible, that yes, the CXOs and the MDs of the big banks are present here, but I would like to thank the team of LIC, team of Punjab National Bank, team of SIDBI, team of UCO Bank, Indian Bank, Bank of India, Union Bank, State Bank of India, and Canara Bank to be with them. And Bank of Baroda, I'm sorry, sir, Bank of Baroda, and also the National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, and Union Bank. So all the team members, you've been with your seniors, your MD, and supporting it. But this would not have been possible with an amazing convener and co-convener of the different committees which ICC has and ICC is getting support continuously. So thank you, the conveners and the co-conveners, for supporting this event, and we will do much more in this year. And not last but the least, the ICC Secretariat, heading by Mr. Pal, of course, they have been working tirelessly. But at the end, it is our sponsors, I Serve You, S&M Group, Soha Group, Life Hotel, MGM Group, Scan Steel Limited, Urban Group, AAC Commercial Private Limited, Chandi Bhandar, Kalinga Hospital Limited, SJ Developers. Without you, this would not have been possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shrimati Mukherjee. And that brings us to the end of the inaugural session. We'll be quickly moving into our plenary session. But before that, we'd once again like to thank our esteemed dignitaries for gracing this inaugural session and making it such a huge success. We are very, very thankful to Honorable Minister and the Honorable MP.
We'll be starting in exactly 5 minutes. Kindly stay with us. Exactly 5 minutes, not 1 second more.
Yes, so we'll be quickly starting with the plenary session. So we'll request everybody to please be with us. Yes, that would mean probably that it could delay our lunch a bit, but we are sure that's not going to be too much of a problem. We'll quickly set the stage for the plenary session. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll request all your support. Please be here with us so that we do not take too much of time for the transition and start with the plenary session, a very, very important session wherein we'll have CEOs, MDs, CXOs from India's leading banks getting into a discussion. We also have the presence of Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Managing Director, ITCO and IPCOL, Shri Bhubaneswar Punia ji, for this session. We have a galaxy of speakers for the plenary session, and we'll request everybody to settle down so that we can start very quickly the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll once again request everyone, you can take your seats. We are about to start with the plenary session. This session will highlight how major players within the banking sector have been working towards a robust ecosystem for Viksit Odisha, and it will also take inputs from all the key decision makers within the banking sector on the future roadmap with special emphasis on certain key sectors. The session will be chaired by Shri Nagaraju Madhuralaji. We are very grateful that he has agreed to chair the session. And it will be co-chaired by Shri Rajiv Sahu, Chairman ICC Odisha State Council. From the government side, we are privileged to have with us Shri Bhubaneswar Punia, Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, MD, ITCO and IPCOL. Can I request those at the back? I request everyone, please take your seats. This is an important session. We want all your presence. बाहर जो माने सब एबे जाउछन्ती मु अनुरोध करबी आपण मानकु एटा बहुत इंपोर्टेंट सेशन आपण माने आम सहित रुहंतु प्लीज बसी जांतु आमे एकदम आउ 2 मिनिट रे सेशन टी आरंभ करिवु जो माने बाहर को जाउछन्ती समस्त को पुणी थरे अनुरोध करिवु आपण माने भितर को पळे आसंतु एटा गोटे बहुत ही गुरुत्वपूर्ण सेशन आलोचना हबा को जाउची आ आपण मानकर उपस्थिति दरकार आपण समस्त को अनुरोध करिवु आपण माने भितरे आसिकी बसी जांतु नहीं 14 थे गोटे कमी गले हाँ 13 So, without any delay, I would like to inform who all are going to be a part of this important panel. Like I had said, this session will be chaired by Shri Nagaraju Madirala, Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Ministry of Finance, Government of India, will be co-chaired by Shri Rajiv Sahu, Chairman, ICC Odisha State Council. From the government side, we will have the presence of Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development and Technical Education, Managing Director, ITCO and EPICOL, Shri Bhupendra Singh Punia. We'll have as the panelists, Shri Manoj Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank of India, Shri Vinay M. Tonse, MD State Bank of India, Shri Ashok Chandra, Managing Director and CEO, Punjab National Bank, Shri Siddharth Mohanty, Chairman, Life Insurance Corporation of India, Shri Binod Kumar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Indian Bank, Shri Ashwini Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, UCO Bank, Shri B.S. Venkatesh, Deputy Managing Director, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development, Shri Bhavendra Kumar, Executive Director, Canara Bank, Shri Jagadananda, Convener, CSR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Mentor, Co-Founder, CYST, Shri Pankaj Satija, Convener, Mining Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Executive in Charge, FAMD Tata Steel Limited. So these are our panelists for this session. So I'll request everyone to please settle down. समस्तों को अनुरोध करिवे आमे वर्तमान सेशन आरंभ करिया को जाउछु. प्लीज आपण माने बसी पड़ंतु so that आमे सेशन टी आरंभ करि परिबा. I'll request those at the back can you please take your seats and then we can close the door so that we can continue with the session without any disturbance. पछरे जो माने अछंती दया करिके आपण माने बसी जांतु एवं आज्ञा. And I'll take this opportunity now. I've already discussed who all are there. I'll request everyone to please join on stage. And yes, with a round of applause from all of you. Once again, our Shri Nagaraju Madirala will be chairing this session. Secretary, Department of Financial Services, Rajiv Sahu sir is already here. I'll request Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development, Technical Education, Managing Director, ITCO and EPICOL. Shri Manoj Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, Small Industries Development, Bank of India. Shri Vinay M. Tonse, MD State Bank of India. Shri Ashok Chandra, Managing Director, CEO, Punjab National Bank. Shri Siddharth Mohanty, Chairman, Life Insurance Corporation of India. Shri Binod Kumar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Indian Bank. Shri Ashwini Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, UCO Bank. Shri B.S. Venkatesh, Deputy Managing Director, National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development. Shri Bhavendra Kumar, Executive Director, Canara Bank. Shri Jagadananda, Convener, CSR Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Mentor Co-Founder, CYST. And Shri Pankaj Satija, Convener, Mining Committee, ICC Odisha State Council, Executive in Charge, FAMD Tata Steel Limited. As all of them take this opportunity to settle down, I'll just very quickly introduce each one of them. We of course have Shri Bhupendra Singh Punia ji as Commissioner cum Secretary, Skill Development, Technical Education. He's at the helm of Odisha's effort to create a future-ready workforce. He also serves as the Managing Director of EPICOL and ITCO, the twin engines driving Odisha's industrial growth and infrastructure development. So we also have for this session Shri Manoj Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, Small Industries Development Bank of India. Prior to being the CMD at SIDBI, he had served as MD and CEO of IFCI Limited for 3 years, during which he successfully turned the corner in financial year 2024 with a new business strategy reporting profit after a series of annual losses. We have with us Shri Vinay M. Tonse, MD State Bank of India. Started his career with SBI in 1988 as a probationary officer, has worked in different geographical locations in India and abroad, heading various business functions. We have with us Shri Ashok Chandra, Managing Director and CEO, Punjab National Bank. Vast and varied experience in the banking industry, spanning more than 33 years. Was also Executive Director of Canara Bank from November 2022 to 15 January 2025. We also have with us Shri Siddharth Mohanty, Chairman, Life Insurance Corporation of India. Joined LIC as a direct recruit officer in 1985, and in his tenure of more than 3.5 decades has worked in different capacities and various streams of LIC, has gained rich experience in life insurance marketing, HR, legal, and investment. We have with us Shri Binod Kumar, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Indian Bank. Before assuming charge as the MD and CEO of Indian Bank, he served as the Executive Director of Punjab National Bank from November 2022 to 15 January 2025. Beginning his actually managed banking career as a management trainee in 1994, he brings over 30 years of extensive and diverse banking experience. We have with us Shri Ashwini Kumar, Managing Director and CEO, UCO Bank, a chartered accountant, certified member of Indian Institute of Banking and Finance, has more than 2 decades of rich experience in banking. We have with us Shri B.S. Venkatesh, Deputy Managing Director, National Bank for Financing, Infrastructure and Development, has a rich banking experience of nearly 3 decades, with primary focus in specialized areas of foreign exchange, treasury, international banking, large corporate credit and risk management. We have with us Shri Bhavendra Kumar, Executive Director, Canara Bank, joined Canara Bank in 1997 as a probationary officer, and during his banking career has worked in different capacities in Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Chandigarh, Karnataka, and New Delhi. Has also worked at the Canara Bank Shanghai branch for 3 years. We also have with us Shri Pankaj Kumar Satija, works as the Executive in charge of Ferroalloys and Mineral Division, Tata Steel, leading the ferroalloy business and covering the full chromite and manganese value chain, serving domestic and international customers. Has more than 30 years of experience in strategic planning, project management, mine planning, mining operation, training, production, and maintenance. And of course, we have with us Shri Jagadananda, social activist, civil society leader, leads the Center for Youth and Social Development, an autonomous development organization working with the tribal and rural poor in Odisha with the aim to realize the goal of people-centered equitable development. He demitted the office as the State Information Commissioner Odisha to advance the right to information agenda in the state in August 2013, and was also a member of the State Planning Board of Odisha following his active campaigning for people-centric decentralized planning. So that is our panel, ladies and gentlemen. We are so privileged to have this galaxy of speakers here with us. Can we first have a huge round of applause for all of them? I'll also request the MD of and CEO of Bank of India, Shri Rajneesh Karnatak, to join for this session. So that is our session. I request everybody to now please settle down, keep your mobile phones in silent mode. Can we close the door so that there's no disturbance? Those at the back, please take your seats so that we let the session chair take this session forward from here. We need one more chair? We need one more chair. We need one more chair. We need one more chair. Yeah. Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, I think we'll start. Thank you very much. We will quickly start. What I'm going to do is request the distinguished panel and the dais to speak 3 to 5 minutes, outlining their vision for development of Odisha from their institution perspective, what they are doing, what likely to do, how they can actually support fresh investments in Tripura, in Odisha. So I request, let me start with the SBI, Vinay, MD SBI.
Good afternoon to all. Respected Secretary DFS, Mr. Nagaraju, Mr. Rajiv, and all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. In the interest of time, I will compress my talk. I will only talk about how, as State Bank of India, we have a vision of being a part of the 2036 ambition for the state of Odisha. I submit in all humility that State Bank of India has been already a major part of this state's economic development. Mr. Sahu, I just started. Sorry.
Yeah, please.
I must also here mention it. I find it very pertinent to mention that the presence of State Bank of India through our parent has been for 156 years in the state of Odisha. We started in Behrampur, and from then on, we have always been an integral part, particularly out of our branches in Cuttack. Today, we have a strength of 917 branches here, with about 6,600 CSP points and about 3,300 ATMs. That apart, if I do not want to go into the specific figures, but I would like to say that we have a contribution of 1/3 of the market share in the banking business in the state. And we also realize that with these large numbers comes a very large responsibility for us. And we are definitely completely engaged. I was part of the Utkarsh Odisha meet that happened a few months ago, last week of January, if I recall right. And there also we had made certain commitments. I think we are living up to those. Just a few things what we plan to have. I was intently listening to the earlier speakers, and this is exactly in line with whatever we have also been planning. What I call as the PIRA, the PIRA segments which we would like to contribute more and more is priority sector lending, infrastructure. PI is for infrastructure development, R is through the renewables and the power projects, and finally the A for agriculture and allied sectors. Sirs, I would like to say here that we very firmly believe that it's employment generation that helps an economy, helps in the contribution to the GDP growth, as well as particularly what we talk about the state GDP, GSDP. I think this is where we are looking at. They were talking about my earlier speakers were talking about the structural shifts, and I find this an ideal situation for a shift to happen. Already we find that agriculture at around 20% is what I remember, and about 40 and 40 is what was told. Manufacturing with 40 and services with 40 is an ideal situation now for the next leap, which I would call the primary, secondary, tertiary sectors, as Madam Anu Garg was talking about. Sir, I am a very firm believer in Amritkal, and this is what we have been talking about. And I think the 3 steps which we are having, one in 2029, the 2036, and the 2047, we are fully aligned. And in fact, I was happy that Mr. Sahu did not request for another office here. We already have an office which has a chief general manager here, very, very senior. And we have also been opening physical branches. Despite all the digital enhancements that have happened, we do realize that physical presence is still needed. We opened 19 branches last year, and this year we have a plan of already having 25 more branches. And I think very soon we'll be touching 1,000 branches also.
I thought you'll say, even if you have not asked, we'll open another CGM office.
So the next senior is me. I would myself have an office here. Collaboration with the government. We have been actively collaborating with the government to implement initiatives that drive economic development and social welfare. We have very successfully executed the pilot project of the state government Subhadra as a sponsor bank. And that was running very well, sir. You may be aware that it was meant for the direct benefit transfers. And as of now, 1 crore and more women beneficiaries are provided with financial support by the government, out of which 36% are with us. And we were also the pilot for this. And it was very successfully implemented. Some of the other states now are looking at how we can take it, the best practices out of Odisha. The emerging opportunities, the recent Utkarsh Odisha conclave, which I was just mentioning, it marked a very significant milestone with about 145 investment memorandums of understanding worth about 16 lakh crore, as was mentioned. This was across 16 sectors. And we are, again, I would like to say, we are fully committed on each of these. Apart from what my network does here, State Bank is also committed in various large corporates which do not directly appear in the credit figures of the state. But we have been, like for example, Tata Kalinganagar, there's a huge funding that has gone in. Just one example. It does not appear under the CD ratio here, but it is still credit to the state. In addition, we also provide the state development loans. The government would know about this. So our vision for Viksit Odisha in the next 11 years till 2036, I look at 4 key pillars for our investment strategy. This is infrastructure, 1, financing roads, highways, ports, urban development under the smart cities mission. Some of the smart cities mission was alluded to, but not in the form in which I am talking about. Energy and sustainability, agriculture and rural credit, and MSMEs and employment generation. For us, Viksit Odisha is more than a destination. It is a shared aspiration. And at State Bank of India, as a representative of the bank, we are fully committed to supporting this journey through investment, innovation, and inclusive finance, inclusion being a very, very critical aspect, as was also mentioned by one of our previous speakers. We look forward to partnering with the government of Odisha, industries and communities to build an Odisha that is prosperous, inclusive, and future-ready. Sir, one of the first things we learned in school was that the sun rises in the east. If you look at it again today, all of us together here, I think, can really make it happen. It's not about the West. When we talk about financial development, we talk about the states which are on the western coast. But I think we all will make the sun rise in the east. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you. Thank you, Vinay. Now, may I request LIC MD, Mr. Siddharth Mohanty to speak?
For paucity of time, he can sit here and speak. Yeah. And that is also his suggestion, not my suggestion.
So, respected Secretary Financial Services, Shri Nagaraj sir, and my dear colleagues, my friend Rajiv, Chairman of ICC, and esteemed guests. Friends, actually from insurance side, financial inclusion is basic for any economic development. That is the index by which you can measure any economic development. And insurance is an integral part of financial inclusion. So now if you see in India, we call it insurance penetration, that is premium to GDP. It is 3.8% for entire country, out of which 2.8 is life insurance premium and 1% is non-life general insurance premium. And where Odisha stands for life insurance almost same, 2.7%. But for non-life, property and all others, it is just 0.5, half of the national average. So total it is 3.2% insurance penetration as compared to national average of 3.8%. So what should we do? Actually, IRDA has given a call of state level insurance plan. So for which insurance companies, specific insurance companies have been given target for specific state. Here LIC has been given and Bharati AXA. So we are partnering with Odisha government at 2-3 meetings we have already held. So we have to target the segments which are not yet covered. So to cover them under insurance umbrella, that is one thing. Secondly, because insurance in India is sold, not bought. You have to push. Large number of agents are there, almost 30 lakh agents are operating, out of which almost 50%, 49% belongs to LIC. So very recently, Honorable Prime Minister launched our LIC's Bima Sakhi program. Bima Sakhi, that is a Mahila Carrier Agent Scheme. I will personally thank our Secretary Financial Services. He could make it happen because this scheme to be launched by Honorable Prime Minister is a great thing for LIC in LIC's history. Prime Minister launching such scheme. So Bima Sakhi, I will just share, sir. Here we are giving stipend to women age 18 and above who are 10th standard pass. Monthly stipend will be giving 7,000 first year, 6,000 every month second year, and 5,000 third year. That is the end of the stipend scheme. But they will, in addition to that, they will start doing business. Insurance selling. We'll train them everything so that their commission goes up, so stipend slowly comes down and they become full-fledged agent. If they are graduates, they have certain reservation for becoming development officer. They will compete in the exam. We have certain quota for them. They will pursue career in insurance marketing. Insurance, they can become managers also. This is one part, Bima Sakhi, through which we can do more and more insurance and penetrate the uninsured areas. Secondly, friends, this SLIC state level insurance committee has been formed. Now we are requesting government will go ahead with the district level insurance committee. We are all insurance industry as a whole is constantly in touch with government how to work about it. So that will definitely help insurance penetration, how to go beyond national average. And here to grow insurance, we also require manpower, technical manpower. Technical manpower also required and technology also required. For that, LIC has taken lead. I am thankful to Government of Odisha. 2-3 series of meetings we have held. We are going to develop Bhubaneswar, particularly in Odisha, as insurance hub, insurance education hub, as well as insurance technology hub, InsurTech hub. Already, I think Anu Madam and others, they have already spelled out that this meeting, and that is going on very soon. Within 1 year, all these things will start. So these are our efforts for achieving insurance for all, for country as a whole 47, but for Odisha, my state, it is by 2036. In Odisha, insurance for will be by 2036. And so far as my friends request opening office, LIC office in Bhubaneswar, I will just tell for the information of all esteemed gathering here. Already last 2 years, LIC is expanding in Odisha. We have opened our testing center of excellence of IT department. That means all applications before releasing to offices, those are being tested in Bhubaneswar. LIC's all applications, those are tested, then those are released to all the offices for use. So testing center of excellence, first of its kind, it is in Bhubaneswar. Secondly, we have also data center for our Eastern India, East and East Central Zone. Enter Eastern India data center is also here. We have also zonal marketing vertical in Bhubaneswar. We are talking of zonal office, so already that is there, zonal marketing vertical. Even audit center is also there, and legal center is also, zonal legal center is also there. So in the days to come, as our business grows, many more things will definitely come to Odisha. And Honorable Prime Minister look East policy. We are fully committed. We are contributing. Odisha, another state also, Assam, where LIC is also lead insurer. So with that, I expect everybody to contribute and let us achieve the dream of Viksit Odisha by 2036. Amo Odisha, Viksit Odisha. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind, Jai Jagannath.
ମୁଁ କେବଳ ଅନୁରୋଧ କରିବି ଆମର ଭାଇ LIC ଚେୟାରମ୍ୟାନ କୁ ସବୁ କଲା ପରେ ଜୋନାଲ ଅଫିସ ଟି ଏଠି କରିଦିଅ।
Thank you, Siddharth. Now I request Mr. Ashwini Kumar, MD and CEO, UCO Bank, to speak. And you can tell your plans, UCO Bank plans for Odisha. And also as a...
Yeah, thank you, sir. Respected Secretary Financial Services, Shri Nagaraju ji, Rajiv Sahu ji, Chairman ICC, other dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and distinguished guests. Well, since morning we have been hearing about the target set for Viksit Odisha 2036 and the way the government is planning to increase the contribution of GDP of the state to the overall national GDP, jobs per year, structural shift in from agriculture to manufacturing to industry, boosting tourism, and number of initiatives have been discussed since morning. And I believe that in all these initiatives, apart from the investment which the state is getting, financial sector also plays a very important role, and banking community holds a central place in this mission. Being SLBC head UCO Bank, I will just share two few data points with you how the growth of the state in various segments is happening and how the banking community as a whole is contributing to the growth of the state. This GDP ratio, CD ratio of the state is now 74.55%. And if you ask me about 5 years back in 2020, it was 58%. So in last 5 years, it has moved up from 58, 59% to 75%. And the ACP, the annual credit plan, which was 72,000 crore in 2019-20, has reached 1,93,000 crore last year. And this year target set is 2,52,000 crore. And during these last 5 years, the credit flow to agriculture has also doubled from 38,000 crore to 75,000 crore. Similarly, in MSME segment also, it has moved from 38,000 crore 5 years back to 94,000 crore. So what I wish to inform you all is that banking community as a whole, all banks put together, have been regularly contributing to the growth of this state, the Odisha state, and the way this new mission or vision for 2036 has been set by the state government. I believe all banks put together will continue to make their contribution in the efforts of the state also. As far as UCO Bank is concerned, we have already established 238 branches here. We have more than 1,000 BC network also here. And as and when we get the opportunity, last year we opened few branches. This year again we'll be opening new branches, because looking at the potential available, the growth plans of the state will continue to expand our network in the state. So far as the credit outreach is concerned, bank has launched number of initiatives in the last year. In current calendar year also, we have special scheme for women entrepreneurs called Nari Samman Yojana. We have also launched recently for the youth, that is called Yuva Shakti, to support the youth, and to start for the startups also. We have launched a scheme for the startup under the startup scheme. So and to support the various clusters, cluster specific schemes have also been launched by the bank to support the growth. Looking at the potential available, the clusters within the state, UCO Bank will continue to make different schemes and aggressively participate in the growth plan of the state. As a SLBC head also, will continue to partner with the state and to strengthen digital and financial literacy across all age groups, deepening quality credit access for agriculture, MSME startups, enhancing ease of banking through technology, a mission where SLBC Odisha will continue to act as a catalyst for collaboration, the forum for dialogue, and the backbone of coordinated action. I invite every banking institution, policymaker and stakeholders to join hands so that together we can transform Odisha into a model of development, not only for India, but for the world also. Let us be the financial engine that powers Viksit Odisha 2036, resilient, inclusive, and future ready. Thank you. Jai Jagannath, Vande Utkal Janani. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashwini. Now may I request Rajneesh, Bank of India, MD.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, our respected TFS Secretary Nagaraju sir, and all the esteemed panelists sitting over here, and all the esteemed guests also present over here. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Rajiv Sahu ji for the centenary celebrations of the CII. Congratulations, sir, and to your entire team, and the excellent this seminar which has been done today here, sir. So just to give a brief background of what Bank of India is doing in the state of Odisha, now the context is with respect to Viksit Bharat 2036 for Odisha. So, sir, we have 4 zones over here, and we also are having a lot of RBCs and underwriting centers with respect to MSME, with respect to agriculture, with respect to retail credit. Apart from that, we are the only bank in Odisha, I am told, that who is also having a DBU, digital banking unit also, where the entire banking operations are happening through the digital mode. As regards the branches are concerned, Bank of India is having 279 branches. We are present in all 30 districts of the state. Apart from that, the ATM and CRM machines, business correspondents, we are having total 2,123 touch points for giving customer service in the state of Odisha. Apart from that, we have opened 17 new branches in the last financial year FY25 in the state of Odisha. And another data point is with respect to our total business as on March 25. So just to inform the gathering here, we are doing quite good business in the state of Odisha. In deposits, we have grown by more than 16% on a YOY basis. In advances, we have grown by more than 14% on a YOY basis. In retail advances, in fact, we have grown by more than 19% on a YOY basis. Agriculture advances for Bank of India have grown by more than 21% on a YOY basis. Again, something very important, MSME advances for us have grown by more than 21% on a YOY basis, and total RAM advances have grown by more than 20% on a YOY basis. As regards the CD ratio is concerned in the state, we are having a very healthy CD ratio of around 75% in the state of Odisha. As regards the various government schemes which are there, in most of the government schemes, we are above 100%, whether it is APY, PMJJBY, PMSBY, whether it is the SHGs, or whether it is the PM EGP, PM FME, PM Swanidhi. And another thing which I would like to state over here is, and I would also like to thank the Government of India for the recent amendment in the MSME Act. From 1st April, the new MSME guidelines are in force now, which is something very important with respect to the new guidelines which have come with respect to the micro, small and medium enterprises. Now the micro enterprises, it says that the investment in micro enterprises would be at around 2.5 crores, investment in plant and machinery, and for the turnover it is now 10 crores. It is so important for the state of Odisha because a lot of mining is here, as has been said by the earlier esteemed speakers, that it is something very important for Odisha to develop the backward and forward integrations and develop the end products, which will be through the MSME funding only. And then the small industry investment up to 25 crores and turnover up to 100 crores. Medium industry, now it has gone up to 125 crores and the turnover up to 500 crores. So technically it means that any bank can fund a limit up to 200 crores, 100 crore by way of term loan and 100 crore by way of working capital to a MSME unit, and still gets classified under the MSME sector. The importance of MSME sector cannot be underscored, can be in fact emphasized by the fact that more than 6.3 crore enterprises are there in the country under the MSME having the registration, out of which more than 2.6 crore have taken bank funding, and they contribute to nearly 30% of the GDP and 48% of the exports of the country and 45% of the manufacturing output. And it is, as per the report, nearly 11 crore of the population in the country is getting employment through the MSME sector, and the state commercial banks are having nearly 76% of the funding of this MSME sector. And with the kind of good work that the Odisha state is doing and the way economy is growing in the state of Odisha at more than 8% of the GDP growth, I am very sure that Odisha state would be there, and the banks, being a reflection of the economy, will also be doing well in the state of Odisha. One small thing I would like to state over here is that for FY25, we have again kept a very aggressive growth of more than 20% in each of the sectors in credit, whether it is retail, agriculture, MSME, and emerging corporate credit is another sector we have kept in the for the state of Odisha. And just one last data point that I would like to share with this August gathering here, which I am understanding that financial services sector officials are here, and also industry people are also here. I am told that the economy grew by 1 trillion in 65 years. From 1947 to 2012, it took 65 years for us to touch the 1 trillion economy, US dollar economy. The next 1 trillion, see, from 1 trillion to 2 trillion, it took only 7 years, from 2012 to 2019. So that was the kind of pace at which the economy grew. And the third trillion, from 2 trillion to 3 trillion, the economy grew in just 5 years. From 2019 to 2024, that had been the kind of pace of the growth of the economy. And if you see the data with respect to Odisha, state of Odisha also, in this similar fashion as the country has grown, Odisha state economy has also grown in the same fashion. And with that thing, in the next 3 to 4 years, it would be that the country would be the 4 trillion economy. I'm sure with the data which is coming and the GDP growth which is happening. So all the banks are fully committed to the growth of Viksit Odisha by 2036. And similarly, Bank of India is totally committed for the state of Odisha. Thank you so much, and Jai Jagannath.
Thank you. Now may I request Venkatesh, DMD, National Infrastructure Bank.
Respected Secretary Sir and all dignitaries on the dais. So I congratulate ICC and also the Odisha for such a wonderful event. So National Bank for Financing Infrastructure and Development is a new development financial institution which is specially focused for financing the infrastructure projects. So as we saw the whole proceedings during the day, so there is a good commitment from the government to develop infrastructure projects for the state, which includes development of roads as well as the data centers, ports. So there's an immense opportunity for us to participate. So NAFID being the more focused segment, we'll be able to participate in all the greenfield projects, which are considered very high risk projects in the initial stage. So NAFID can participate in such lending programs. At the same time, we can also blend the finance for construction side, because we have a lot of MOUs with all the multilateral development banks. The projects which are green and sustainable in nature can be funded through the blended finance structure from the MDBs and World Bank. So that can further bring down the cost and make the projects viable. At the same time, we are looking urban development, urban local bodies as the focused area. So for urban local bodies, we have specially designed the schemes for waste management. So more particularly for the waste to energy, waste to biogas, and also water treatment. So these products have already been circulated to all the urban local bodies, and we are more than willing to come and present our products. And we are closely working with Ministry of Home and Urban Ministry for blending these products with the Urban Challenge Fund, which has been recently announced by the Union Budget. So we are also designing that product in collaboration with the Secretary Ministry. So on the urban local bodies, we are also looking for the capacity building is most important for urban local bodies to mobilize their own resources. As a part of that, we are going to take some activities related to the capacity building at urban local bodies, mainly to equip them to come into the rating fold and get finance from the banks as well as from the corporate bond market. At NAFID, we are also looking at the infrastructure projects DPR, the detailed project report is very crucial. So developing such project reports becomes very essential to manage the risk between the authorities as well as from the developer side. So as a part of that, we have a specialized cell for providing the transaction advisory services. So we have been reaching out to all the state governments to create the pipeline of the projects where we can help the state governments to design their DPR and bring out some of the sustainability element to that project so that they become eligible for financing from the from multilateral banks. So these are the schemes which we have, and most important aspect which at policy level and also at regulators level we have taken approvals to become part of the asset monetization program of the state governments. If some of the assets related to the transmission and the annuity-based road projects are very good cases for asset monetization through the InvIT route. So as a part of our asset monetization mandate, we can join such programs of the state government for asset monetization as co-sponsor or anchor investor in InvIT projects, so that the projects can come into the fold of InvITs and they can circulate the capital. Over a period of time, the asset, even the sponsor exit also can be given by NAFID becoming the being a co-sponsor. At the later stage, we can even give exit to the state governments and start managing the asset. So these are some of the important programs which NAFID has charted out, and we'll come separately with our team and give presentation to the Odisha government, and we can associate with Odisha government in all their infrastructure related activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I ask Pavitra Kumar, ED Canara Bank to speak?
Good afternoon, sir. Respected Secretary DFS, Shri Nagaraju, sir. ICC Chairman, Shri Rajiv Sahu ji. All the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Once again, good afternoon to all of you. Canara Bank being one of the largest banks in the country, we are operating through 10,000 branches and 12,000 ATMs spread across the country. And in the state of Odisha, we have 300 branches, 300 ATMs, and 1,000 BC points. And we have 5 regional offices spread in 5 cities, and we have a circle office also in Bhubaneswar. And Canara Bank being one of the pioneer in the state, so we have been working through specialized verticals in MSME, in agriculture, and in a retail segment of the economy. In the MSME segment, we have 5 MSME Sulabs, that is hub and spoke model for the bank. Similarly, in agriculture, we have Agriculture Credit Center in Bhubaneswar, and in retail, we have retail asset hubs. So we are operating in the state through these models, and we are very alive to the Viksit Odisha 2036 in line with the Viksit Bharat 2047, what we have aligned. And we are working for the development of the state in agriculture, because this is basically agriculture economy. So agriculture, marine exports, MSMEs, small, micro to big exports, MSME others, and we are working in infrastructure. We are also have interest in petrochemicals, and Canara Bank being the largest bank, one of the largest bank. So we have large stake in this state in all infra development, and we have financed in a very large scale in the last 3 to 4 years. And we are intending to have such intention for the development of this state in line with ICC 2036, what they have designed for 100 years, completing 100 years. So as Canara Bank, we are alive to your goal, and we will try to help, and we will try to support the goal what you have taken for yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. May I request Mr. Punia? Yeah.
Respected Chair, Secretary Sir, Chairman ICC, and respected guest on the dais and off the dais. I think for the first time, I think we are in the amidst the galaxy of leaders from the financial, banking, and insurance sector. So this is something for the first time for me, maybe for many of you. So as I will not repeat whatever has been said and what are our vision, goal, and ambitions are. As far as banking, financial, and insurance sector is concerned, so if we take those 3 pillars, you can subdivide into many pillars. But thing is, be it prosperity, for that you require industrialization, agriculture, mining, you require funds. Be it wellness, you require health infrastructure, you require insurance, health insurance. That is again, big opportunity, as well as, kind of partnership where we can have, you say equity, where this financial inclusion and the transfer of benefits from the that prosperity or development should percolate down to everyone. So that's if we consider three pillars in this way, if you consider industry, agriculture, or services, then again the role of financial sector is huge. Most importantly, if we consider that this sector is also service provider, they provide services to I think everyone, all sectors of the economy, all sections of the society. At the same time, being part of the government, we are also service provider, especially as far as industries is concerned. So we provide facilitation, we provide regulatory approvals. So that's how, if we meet together, so time is essence. Things are changing. So when it was COVID, everyone was of the opinion, and I think to large extent we were correct, that world is not going to be same forever. So things change after that, be it technology, be it thinking about the life goals by the work life balance, or the future of work from home, so many things. Similarly, I think as far as the economy is concerned, as far as the industries, exports, financing, it's part of the ecosystem is concerned. So whatever is going globally, I think even if tariff, no tariff, less tariff, high tariff, or FTA or bilateral agreement or regional trade agreements, whatever, but the thinking process of industries for investment will change forever. That's I can say is a kind of consensus in different levels, be academia, be investors, be industrialists, be economists, and all that. So for that we have to prepare. So we have a vision for 2036, for 2047. We have some document, but as this kind of stakeholder consultations, they will kind of revive, give us feedback to change, align with the changing circumstances which we are facing, be it neighborhood, be it beyond borders. At the same time, to achieve the mission of Viksit Odisha and Viksit Bharat, so we have to find out the common kind of areas where our alignments of the financial sector, industry, government, employee, consumer, investor, everyone, they have to come together, and we should align that our interests are in the same direction, so we can achieve this. At the same time, we keep thinking in terms of win or lose situation, that okay, be the competitive advantage or a market or market share or kind of product or whatever, but we have to think in terms of win-win situation, where we are not only fighting for the small pie, but I think we have to increase the size of the pie so everybody can get it. So lastly, I will say that mostly today in this hall is being represented by banking, finance, and insurance, and also industry. So being citizen of the country, it's our duty that the prosperity reaches to everyone. And if we have prosperity, we can divide prosperity. If we have poverty, we can distribute poverty only. At the same time, I will tell that prosperity, poverty anywhere is threat to prosperity everywhere. So with that, I will say, as a team with common goal, with kind of revising our methods to achieve it, I think it's doable. Government is thinking big, and I think acting fast. So it's our time, being part of the team, industry, banking, leaders, everyone, we can achieve this. With that, I thank ICC and also convey my best wishes on this centenary celebration. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Mr. Punia is a sought after person in the state of Odisha. He is the landlord of the state.
I see.
He holds the entire good land of the state.
How come?
He is MD IDCO.
Okay. May I now request Manoj Mittal, CMD SIDBI?
Respected Secretary Sir, Mr. Punya, Mr. Rajiv Sahu, and dignitaries. It's always a joy to be in Bhubaneswar and in Odisha. And I'll just, narrate in the morning for the breakfast. I had an opportunity to eat a dish after 28 years. It was jhudunga patal bhaja. It tasted better than French beans. And we don't get it in Mumbai and Delhi. So many other things must be there in Odisha, which are produced locally, and we don't get it in other markets. There are many other things. So opportunities are abound. So while and this is just just to corroborate the point, I'll focus on 4 points. Specialized DFI for MSME sector, SIDBI. So there are 4 points which I have to be deliberating. There was a lot of talk about infrastructure and MSMEs also. So while SIDBI has been supporting the state in creation of MSME industrial infrastructure, we have already supported for 28 projects in the state with an assistance of roughly 1,800 crores of rupees. That's out of the priority sector shortfall money. It has gone. But SIDBI and banks can come forward and also help in marketing of the industrial estates and industrial infrastructure, not only creation of infrastructure, but also ownership of the infrastructure by the MSMEs, by the stakeholders. So that's where probably we can go with a big push for development and marketing of that industrial infrastructure. Second point is MSMEs in Odisha. If you notice, there are only 0.5% of the MSMEs which are into small scale. Hardly anything in medium, 0.03%. Rest is micro. So the level at which most of the MSMEs are operating, it's micro. Probably there is a need to scale it up to get to the level where you can achieve efficiencies of scale, higher productivity, and compete in the world market, in the Indian market. If I can quote Haryana, small state, the small industries are 1.5% of the overall universe of the MSMEs in the state. Mediums are for. So there is a need, there is a possibility of increasing the productivity and scale. Probably it may require some kind of a fiscal benefits or some kind of a package, a policy package, which can help MSMEs to grow. Second, we did talk about tourism. A lot of mention was made. The room availability. The room availability is likely to increase 9 times in the coming year. But when I was reading, I was trying to prepare for this. I noticed in the top 15 markets for the hotel industry, no city from Odisha appeared. You have 2 from Uttarakhand, such a small state. You have Mussoorie and Rishikesh. Even in per room realization, you have Rishikesh, one of the highest there. Whereas if you are traveling, you'll find a lot of Oriya people managing properties. So there is a skill set. You travel to whichever part of the country, you will find a lot of Oriya people managing properties. But here, I think there is a need to upgrade. There is a need to create new infrastructure in the tourism sector, and we would be very happy to be part of it. We can contribute in that. Third thing is solar. Again, there is an ambition of the state in that particular, and I understand there are 18 districts which are quite suitable for that. But MSMEs with the rooftop, because you have the land mass available, you have horizontal space available. So MSMEs can go for the solar rooftops. There could be a good policy push, and there are 2 states to emulate, which not necessarily depend only on the fiscal benefit, but also on certain kind of benefits. For example, providing equity in the solar vehicles, permitting some kind of a 50% offtake for captive consumption, and also there are some good policy from Tamil Nadu and Gujarat. Maybe this would be for the state to take it up. And fourth area which I go for is startups. The startups, we are operating even in Odisha through Fund for Startups. We are operating through our seed stage fund, 10 crore fund we have recently created with the Odisha Hub, OHub. And this is going to be invested here. And we are also participating. Odisha government has created 100 crore fund, and we are deploying that fund also. The feedback which I have got from alternate investment funds is the quality of startups from Odisha is very good. It's better than some of other smaller states. The quality is excellent. Probably there would be more traction. There would be more people coming to invest in Odisha. We need to carry on that particular momentum. Coming to SIDBI, we are going to increase our network. We are going to have further branches in Rourkela, Ganjam, and Balasore in the coming time, very shortly. And with that, we will be covering all of the major industrial clusters in the state. So thanks a lot for this opportunity, Mr. Sahu.
May I now request MD and CEO, Punjab National Bank, Mr. Ashok Chandra, to speak.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. Respected Secretary DFS, Shri Nagaraju sir, Shri Punya sir, Shri Rajiv Sahu ji, all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to deliver something, speak about the growth engine of the Viksit Odisha 2036, what will be the contribution of Punjab National Bank. Before coming to the point, I will give very specific what PNB is planning to do for this growth journey of Viksit Odisha 2036. See, we are all committed to the Viksit Bharat 2047. But when we talk about that, if we see the credit to GDP ratio of the country, we are at around 52% credit to GDP ratio. And if you are talking about the Viksit Bharat 2047, I think definitely we need to touch 100% plus. And that is the position of, specifically if I am talking about the Odisha also, we are at the same position. So what I see that for the bankers and all the financial institutions, we have to play very, very big role in the, if we talk specific about the Viksit Odisha 2036, because if the credit to GDP ratio in the state itself is around 52%, I think definitely we need to touch that 100% point. So that is the opportunity for all of us now. So in that context, what PNB is planning for this journey and what we have done now, we have 346 branches in the state. And geographical location wise, we have 85% of our branches are in the rural and the semi-urban areas. That gives us a lot of opportunity to activate the rural segment, the people who are not having any banking facility, to approach them. I think that is the opportunity for the PNB is having now. What we are planning to do that and we intended to do is, we are focusing on the RAM segment for this retail and the rural and the semi-urban branches. Retail focus will be on the housing, PM Suzgar Yojana, a small the activity which the people are doing in the smaller segments. Agri segment, which I have seen in the last 4 years in the Odisha, that Mission Shakti is one of the growth engine for the women self-help group. And to empower the self-help group women and to energize the agriculture sector in the rural areas, I think definitely the bank is going to put a lot of focus on the Mission Shakti SHG schemes. There is latest the budget announcement is there about the PM Dhan Dhyan Yojana. They have already announced 100 districts in the country, which is not covered through the credit facility to the agricultural segment. We are waiting for the Odisha government to announce. I think there are few districts in Odisha also. They are going to announce under the PM Dhan Dhyan Yojana. I think PNB is going to put a lot of focus in that particular district to see that how we can transform those districts in the agriculture segment. And when I'm talking about the agriculture segment, besides the self-help group, we are going to put focus on the cold storage, food processing units, rural godowns. I think these are the primary focus area for the bank will be under the agriculture segment. Now we come to the MSME segment. I was seeing the data of Odisha, around 11 lakh registered MSME units are there. And like our Mittal sir mentioned, that 97% units are under the micro category. Now we need to approach them. We are changing the model in the PNB that instead of people coming and approaching to the bank, we are approaching and we are planning to reach out to the people. That is the model which we are planning to adopt. And in that context, there are series of activities which we have started. I think all of you have seen 6th and 7th of February, the massive retail outreach program was there in the entire state, where we went for the retail and the PM Surjghar Yojana. 13th February, all the districts and the sub-districts, we had that MSME outreach program, and 1st of March, we had that self-help group and the agri-financing. So we are changing the model. Our team will reach out to the people. All of you, my request to you is that bank has come out with the latest good products, latest good initiatives in the MSME segment, particularly up to 25 lakh. You need not visit the branches. Just go to our website, take help of our people and apply to the loan. If you are existing customer of PNB, within 5 to 7 minutes, depending upon your eligibility and the credit assessment, system is going to give you the sanction. The sanction will be digitally given. Even the documentation also, we have made the tie-up with the NESL. So documentation will also happen through the digital mode. Disbursement also will be happening through the digital mode. So for existing customers, it is 7 minutes. And for the new to bank customers, it is required only 24 hours, because the person from the bank will just visit to your establishments. They will ensure that, and then that sanction will happen again through the digital mode. So this is one channel bank has initiated 2 months back. My request to all of you who are present here, and through you, the message should spread across the state that they should approach to the bank, they should approach to PNB to avail all those facilities. Last segment which the bank is going to put focus through the urban branches and through the large corporate branches elsewhere who are there to fund that renewable projects. I think we are listening from the beginning, from the morning, that good number of renewable projects are going to come in the state, and PNB will not shy to fund any viable projects which is coming in the state. So renewable energy will be one area, steel will be another area, then the infrastructure, I think a lot of activities are going to happen. And when the Odisha is also planning that from 5.5 trillion to 1.5 trillion by 2036, I think we see a lot of value in participating in the activities in the Odisha state. So I can assure you on behalf of the Punjab National Bank that we will be the front runner in the activities which will be happening in the state. We will participate in all the growth activities which is there in the state, and you can trust on the first Swadeshi bank of the country. Thank you very much. All the best. Jai Jagannath.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashok. I now request Vinod Kumar, MD and CEO, Indian Bank.
Namaskar. Respected Secretary Financial Services, Shri M. Nagaraju, Shri Siddharth Mohanty, Chairman LIC, Shri Rajiv Sahu, Chairman ICC Odisha, other dignitary on the dais, off the dais. First of all, I congratulate Shri Rajiv Sahu for completing 100 years of the ICC Odisha. ICC. I am congratulating you for Chairman of ICC who has completed 100 years of. Friends, when I was invited for this program, I was thinking what can be the theme of the program. But when I attended this program, I am really amazed to see the preparation of the state. The state has made, the Garg madam, she has made the very aspirational plan. Very aspirational plan she has made, and I am also happy to note that the state is growing at the GDP is growing at the rate of 7.2%, which is better than the country. Further, she has also given the direction that if we want to achieve this 500 billion, half a trillion economy by 2036, that GDP should be grow at 9.5%. Here we see the opportunity for all the banks, not only Indian Bank, all the banks. Normally, credit growth of the economy is in the around 2x. So that means 18 to 19% growth we can easily achieve for the few years. So that is the opportunity available to us. Coming to the end, and one more thing, I'm also happy to note that Utkal Odisha, the Make in Odisha conclave, which was concluded in January 2025, MOU worth 16.73 crore has been generated. It shows the strength of the state. Friends, as Indian Bank, I am happy to share that We have presence in all the 30 districts of the Odisha. We have 201 branches, 144 ATMs, 536 BCs, and what importance we are giving to the state, we have a GM office here, 4 zonal offices here, and this FGM office is controlling even a state like Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. So that is the importance we are giving to the state. Friends, we have a total business of 31,000 as of March in the state of Odisha. Out of that, deposit is around 17,000, advance is around 13,000, with a CD ratio of more than 78%. On CD ratio, I would like to dwell 1 minute. So CD ratio is also a measure of the development of the states. There are many states in the country where CD ratio is more than 100. There are few states where CD ratio is 150%. So if this country has to grow, if we can monitor only one parameter, that is CD ratio, that will be enough to monitor, yes, whether this state is growing or not. Friends, we are also, Indian Bank is also participating in all the financial inclusion. In the last year, we have enrolled 69,000 under PM JJBY, 101,000 under PM SBY, and 20,000 under APY. Also under PM JDY, we have enrolled around 57,000 beneficiaries. We have distributed 7,235 PM Swanidhi loan amounting to 11.35 crore. And also we have surpassed all our stand-up target. 273 sanction we have made. Bank is also, we have a very strong network of SHG beneficiaries here. And we are associated with 12,875 number of women SHGs as of 31st March. Also, we have participated in Subhadra Yojana, a total of direct benefit transfer of the state. A total of 7,148 disbursement has been made in the state. We, as Indian Bank, our RAM segment is around 64%. So what we are planning, what we have planned, what we are strategizing, while maintaining the share of 64%, we will be more proactive in lending to the infrastructure development. Like we have many opportunity in the state of Odisha, like steel sector, huge opportunity is there. Since morning we are heading this, and even one of our colleagues was discussing, Bhubaneswar can be developed as a GCC center. Lot of opportunity are available. There are a lot of opportunity in the port sector. So Indian Bank will participate in all these sectors. And apart from that, we have also identified few of the area like Bhubaneswar has a dynamic industrial belt where alloys, pharmaceutical, tires and paper mills are flourishing. We can participate there. Similarly, in Behrampur, aroma of essential oils speaks both tradition and trade. We can participate there. Bhubaneswar, I already discussed lot of opportunity, IT, GC, sericulture, tourism, lot of opportunity are there. Rourkela is the steel city of the state. We can participate there. Port, we already discussed. And I'm also happy to share that we have association with big houses, corporate houses with the of the state. And we will further like to strengthen this relationship with all of them. And in the last, bank is also expanding its exposure in various fields like power generation, distribution, mining, education, healthcare, in infrastructure industry. As we all know, Odisha aims to be one of the India's top 5 states economy by 2047. We at Indian Bank assure you that we will continue to partner with Odisha government on its growth path, staying true to our tagline, your own bank, always with you. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now request Mr. Jagadananda?
How many of you are diabetic actually? Can you raise your hands? Right. Okay. I don't want a hypoglycemic situation right now, but I would like to go there, sir, and make only 5 points in 5 minutes. Can you please speak from there? Okay. You see, you know, okay, when you heard the first session, welcome session, and this session, you think Odisha is very brightly moving, and with all commitments of our banking leaders, in the next 10 years is very well secured actually. It's not so actually. So therefore, I would like to use this opportunity to flag up certain provocative areas for your consideration. And, right now, if you see, there are two things I would like to share. One is the huge demographic transition which is taking place in Odisha now. Huge demographic transition. Between now and 32, this is the time to reap the benefit of our youth dividends. After 32, that window is gone. So I'm very happy that our skills secretary is here. You see, currently, our youth population in the state, which is between 15 to 29, 30, that is 26%. Within next 7 years, that is going to sharp decline to almost 20%. So this window has to be used actually. How do you use? I have some proposals for your consideration. The second factor is men and women, the gender disparity is going bigger actually. Between the NFHS 4 and 5, the number is 932 last, now it's 894 per 1,000. That means there are going to be less women available in the state as we grow who has the reproductive power and reproductive right. So how do we handle these two actually? These two, I think I would say, one is, some of you mentioned about the micro entrepreneurship, the small enterprises. I think in the tribal areas, the whole millet farming and around millet farming, there are very interesting enterprises which are growing actually, which are outside the radar of many of the banks. Those tribal women who have really brought back the millet back to our plate, they need banking assistance to go to the next level, that is value addition and market support. We have a very good experience in Odisha about micro entrepreneurship. The Department of Skill had started an experiment called nano entrepreneurship. And we are very fortunate that we work together with the department. We tried with 505 entrepreneurs and the success rate was 490. 490 out of 505. But, and that is if that is the success, how do you really scale it up to a big level? That is the next challenge. And we can do that with the youngsters. The second problem of Odisha in the geography is, yes, everybody said 480 kilometers coastline, but we have 64 tribal communities in Odisha. In Odisha discussion, Odisha debate, if tribals are missing, our human development reporting will also be missing. That is the bulk of the, problematic spot. And I would like, now let's say out of 30 districts, we have, how many? Almost aspirational blocks would be 29 aspirational blocks, which is 10% of the population. Predominantly rural Odisha. Urbanization, whatever you do, Odisha's urbanization is the lowest in the country. Lowest in the country. And the projection is between now and the next 10 years, that is not going to reach anywhere near the national average. National average is 34.5, Odisha is 18.5. And that is going to be 2021 only. So we have to predominantly plan for the rural population. And in that, what is the biggest problem on the coastline and the rural Odisha? The biggest problem is we are also a disaster-prone state. Every year, if there is a cyclone, if the cyclone is not there, next year it's flood. If it is flood and cyclone, they are not there, it will be drought. So therefore, how do we make the state, how do we make our development programs disaster resilient? That is the challenge, because one or two, what you call disasters can spoil the very good work of the coastlines. So our proposal from the ICC side, we had discussed this. I would like to raise it before all the veteran bankers, the banking leaders, indeed, in the presence of the DFS secretary, that we need there are about 8 lakhs of houses in the coastline which requires disaster resilience building. Only 8 lakhs. Out of 8 lakhs, there will be about 3 to 4 lakhs which are very poor, and government anyway is taking care of them. We need a massive housing program on the coastline. Massive housing program, right? Siddharth Babu, hello. Siddharth, yes. 4 lakhs housing program. 4 to 5 lakhs housing program. If it can be rolled out, the state can save its precious resources. If there is one disaster, the development administration, the revenue administration, they spend endless nights to take people to the shelter, bring them back, then there is remuneration going on, and so on and so forth. So, can we think of a affordable housing program? Because everybody has a dream for a nice house. So, my request to the union secretary is, how do we really activate the National Housing Bank and all other banks? State is very open. I have discussed with the finance secretary, with the chief secretary. They are very open to come even with the interest subvention program. If we build these 8 to 9 lakh houses where people can stay and face the disaster, that will be a huge program. And to do that, that will also change the entire ecosystem. Imagine 8-9 lakhs houses which are being built, the skilling required, the skilling department can provide, right? The material movement which will flow, the real estate which can also work there. So that is something I would really plead. And my last point is, Odisha's 10%, we are only utilizing 10% of the total mineral reserves of Odisha. Only so far we have used 10%. But at what cost? Today our state, we are the highest per capita carbon emitters in the country. Our carbon emission of Odisha is something close to that, entire Europe carbon emission, little less than carbon emission in Europe. I think this is a matter of concern. So therefore, in next 10 years, when the whole coal mining industry gets activated with the new coal blocks which has been awarded, the carbon emission also goes up further and further. So therefore, my request would be, how do we really get into a green job and green skill program in a big way actually? And to do that, I think successively all banking leaders, you have mentioned about the non-renewable energy solutions for which you are interested, you are keen. But let me tell you, the repurposing of the mining land is a very big issue in our state. 1,680 hectares of mining wasteland is still available. 3,990 hectares of industrial wasteland is still available. And another 11,000 hectares of coal mining land is going to be made available by 2030 following scientific closure practice. So can we get into a kind of RNE program in those areas where there are still open mines have to be closed. When I talk to the mining leaders, they say mine closure plans have been pending with the government for 15 to 20 years. If the mine closure plans are not approved, mine closure can never take place. So therefore, this huge land can be very purposefully utilized, and we need bank leaders to come in. And finally, inclusive Odisha or Viksit Odisha depends on Viksit Jila district. Viksit district is possible if Viksit Panchayat is happening. If Viksit Panchayat is not happening, Viksit Odisha, Viksit Bharat is not a reality actually. So therefore, my appeal is, how do we get into a public-private Panchayat partnership in future so that is going to be a game changer in making a transformative Odisha. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mrs. Pankaj Satija, Tata Steel.
Thank you, sir. No, I'm the last block between you and the lunch, so I'll keep it simple and straight. Punia Sahab, Nagaraju Sahab, and Sahu Sahab, and everyone. I'm reminded of one of a story, and this story is that there was a long drought in one village, and everyone went to the priest. that you do something for us. Priest told that, okay, you come tomorrow to the hilltop. And everyone went to the hilltop, and priest told that now we'll pray. So out of 200 people, those who went to the hilltop for praying, only 3 were having the umbrella. Others were not having, because the 3 had the conviction that rain will happen. Others were saying, chalo dekhte hain kya hota. Why I am bringing this story? Because 2014-15, there was a Shah Commission inquiry. And all the mining states suffered. Karnataka is still struggling. Goa is still struggling, but Odisha is going ahead with more than 56% of iron ore production in India. And that's what I convey from the industry side to all the fraternity from the banking side, that here is the ecosystem who goes with umbrella. Not a single person is without umbrella. So that assurance I wanted to give. Odisha is also a very different state. I mean, if you see from the philosophical point of view, there are 5 sects: Shaiv, Vaishnav, Ganesh, Saur, and Shakt. So for Vaishnav, we have Jagannath Ji. For Shiv, we have Lingaraj. For Saur, we have Konark. For Shakt, we have Birja temples, Siddha Bhairavi, Taratani, and for Ganesh also there are many temples. So at the spiritual level, we have everything to bless us. For material level, we are the sole resource of ruby in Odisha. 96% of Indian reserve of chromites, 92% of nickel, 68% of platinum group of minerals, 41% bauxite, 34% manganese, 39% iron ore, 37% zircon, 50% titanium, and the list is endless. So we are blessed both way, at the higher level also and at the below ground level also. And from the mineral production value terms, 97% comes from 8 estates, and Odisha is number 1 with 43.49, whereas the second best is 16%. There's a gap between the first and the 2 also. Jagannath Sahab told about the issues also, and we all know that metal and mining industry, there are challenges which also emanates from Bhagavad Gita. Udaret Atmana Atmana Atmanam Sadiyat. Atmana Atmana Bindhu Atmana. I mean, there is enemy and friend within us. So when we have value addition, profitability, we know the climate change issue which we are handling it. And there are many companies, sir. I want to tell you, sir, most of the mining companies, they have got for the EV vehicles. And there are plants who are getting the power from the solar. And government of Odisha has identified 100 such PSP sites which will be used for 24/7. So I just wanted to tell that we have everything. And I want to conclude with a couplet of Nida Fazli ki koshish bhi kar, ummeed bhi rakh, rasta bhi chun, iske baad koi muqaddar talash kar. So I'm sure with the blessings of the different philosophy and material below the ground, with all the banking fraternity here, the Lady Luck will smile at every faces, and we will see good rainfall. Thank you.
Can I take 2 seconds? Dear friends, I think it has been delayed, but it has been very interesting. I think all of you will appreciate. I would request a standing ovation for Sri Nagaraju for his help, support, and everything that has been done for ICC and for the state of Odisha. Thank you.